Yeah, I heard he had a flat tire.
Yeah, I wasn't the quickest at changing it either, but yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
Nice long
I've been
car.
trying to teach him, but 11-year-old fingers, they're just not that strong.
Yeah.
Oh, doing it from outside.
Yeah,
Pretty wild there.
the kids were loud in the house. This is actually me hiding. It's a little peace and quiet.
Oh, I got the wind going like crazy out here.
Yeah, if the wind chimes kick up, I might have to silence them.
Looks like Rory's on the move.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I hear a disembodied voice.
Is my, I'm using my phone for the auditory and the Zoom for the video.
Gotcha.
Not seeing you.
I can see you. I see you and Evan. And
There you are.
Room.
There
So
you
I'm
are.
hoping this, yeah, I'm hoping this will work well.
I'm gonna have to get another computer so I can look at everything at the same time. I got two going now.
Looks like we have Jaylen here, Curtis. Gabriel, Evan, and Greg. So, and it's 4:01, I should start the meeting. I am beginning, it's 4:01 or 4:02 at this time. We are opening the Grand County Council regular meeting Tuesday, July 7th, 2020. In attendance are Greg Halliday, Evan Clapper, Jaylen Hawks, Curtis Wells, Gabriel Wojtek. Is Rory on at the meeting yet? Does anyone know?
I saw him a minute ago.
I can see him. He's on.
Oh, okay, I have the full screen now. Okay, and Rory, so all 7 county council members are present, as well as Chris Baird, our county administrator, Quinn Hall, clerk auditor. Is Christina Sloan on? I don't see Christina Sloan at this point. So these are the elected officials who are presently on the meeting. We will open with citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard? Mark?
Yes, please. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Later on your agenda, you'll be discussing next year's 4th of July fireworks. I appreciate that the council passed a resolution or to implore the citizens to respect their neighbors and the rule of law on the 4th of July with regarding to illegal fireworks, but it doesn't seem to be happening, certainly not in my neighborhood. I would ask that the council plan next year to prohibit extracurricular personal fireworks in Grand County after the civic fireworks that we all enjoy and pay for. We should be satisfied with that, and there should be absolutely no fireworks because they are illegal and they are a fire hazard. I know in my neighborhood, it's just terrible. And I would ask that the county seek to ensure that the state does not allow the sale of fireworks in Grant County where they're illegal and dangerous. I hope I make myself clear. The fireworks stand was not 300 feet from my house, and no less than 50 high-flying rockets went off until 11:30 at night in my neighborhood. And I know that the fire department and the police department are 100% down on that. And I don't understand why citizens feel it's appropriate to break the law to celebrate the founding of our nation. Have I reached 3 minutes already? Okay, then I would appreciate it to reiterate that the council ensure that next year there are no fireworks sales allowed in Grand County or the city, and that we do more than just ask citizens to respect their neighbors and the rule of law regarding extracurricular fireworks, but we absolutely prohibit them, no questions asked. Health as well. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice meeting.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have anyone else that wishes to speak and citizens to be heard? Seeing none, we will move to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
I will make that motion.
Jaylyn,
I move that we approve the minutes from June 16th, 2020 County Council meeting and June 30th, 2020 County Council special meeting.
motion by Jaylyn Hawks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg Halliday. Okay, discussion.
I'm good.
Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now moving to ratification of payment of bills. Do I have someone who will make a motion?
I will, Chair.
Thank you, Gabriel.
If I can make a motion to approve the paying of Grand County bills July 7th, 2020. Total bills in the amount of $922,755.29. Total payroll in the amount of $227,246.22. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,150,001.51.
Motion by Gabriel Wojcik. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Greg Halliday. Discussion.
Yes, Mary, I just have a question for Quinn.
Yes,
Tell me what the difference between payroll transmittals and payroll is. Is Quinn on?
he was on, yes.
There he is.
There's no difference. Payroll transmittals are the reports that we run.
So I
Yes,
guess my question then would be up in the top section, we've got, a total of 400 and probably 20,000-ish in payroll transmittal, but down below it lists total payroll as being 227. I didn't add it up. It might add up, but no, it doesn't add up at all. It's at least 100,000 off. So anyway, I'm just curious about that. You see what I mean? Are you looking at the bills, the front page?
I'm trying to find it right now.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, does Chris want to weigh in on this? Chris Baird, do you have some insights I'm missing?
Transmittals are usually withholding payments to the IRS, Utah Retirement System, all those transmittals that we make for withholdings. And I think that that might be separate from the actual direct deposits.
Okay. That makes sense. Then does it make sense to have that be nearly twice as much as the actual payroll?
Yeah, I see the numbers you're looking at, Jalen. I could research that and talk to Christy and get you a better answer. But as far as like right now on the spur of the moment, I don't have an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Those payroll transmittals probably should be down in payroll. Anyway, we can verify with Christy later, or maybe I can go ask her right now and get back with you during this meeting at some point, real quick.
Later is good for me, unless you have some kind of a break.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems to me like those payroll transmittals shouldn't be in the bills. They should be down in payroll. But I can look at the breakout, but the transmittals are usually, yeah, the withholding payments that we make. And because some of them are quarterly, you know, they won't reflect necessarily the actual direct deposit period that you're looking at. You know what I mean? So we don't necessarily make those payments, and so they might build up. And so the transmittal might be for withholdings that extend, you know, beyond the last pay periods that you see in the actual payroll section.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Jalen,
Yes.
do you feel comfortable voting now, or would you prefer to wait until we have an answer?
No, I feel comfortable voting. I'm confident that there will be a good answer. So I'm happy to let it be researched and then get back with us.
Okay, any other questions?
And in fact, that was a good answer. The quarterly thing makes sense.
Okay. Then I will do a roll call vote. Greg Halliday,
Aye.
Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Jalen Hawk,
Yes.
Curtis Wells,
Yes.
Gabriel Wojcik,
Aye.
Roy Paxman.
Yes.
Mary McGann, yes. Passes unanimously. Council member disclosures. Do we have any council members that wish to disclose on any item on this agenda? Evan Clapper.
Regarding the letter to the BLM, I hold a special recreation permit out of the Moab field office.
Mary?
Roy Paxman.
Yes, I also own tourism business and hotels, and I do have a BLM permit and national park permit, and so I just go over everything every time now. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we are now to general, council reports, and future considerations. Jalen Hawks. I think you're muted. Jalen? Jalen, you're muted.
I know. I was just getting to the report first, so you didn't have to hear me hem and haw while I found it.
It looked like you were talking, so I thought.
To myself, perhaps, I don't know. So, Planning Commission meeting was held on June 22nd. They're very focused on the small area plan. And is Kevin Walker here? Because if he's not, he is, okay, good. Then I'm gonna save that. Very focused. He is going to give a department/agency report or a presentation. I'm not sure where it fits, but to hopefully schedule some time with the council. There were 2 public hearings. They may not, I don't know if they were held on the 22nd. And I inquired about those, and it looks like we won't be seeing anything for at least a month because of staff shortages. So that makes total sense. I was surprised to not see it on the agenda. I went to the UAC board meeting by phone. Some interesting happenings there. The county seat, they made a presentation on the county seat. And apparently it's not viable without way more support. They think, the county seat thinks that they will, I don't know what the term is for it. It's not go bankrupt, but cease to exist, I guess, by, later this fall, unless they get more support. They've talked to UAC about making it a part of UAC dues so that all counties would essentially be paying for the participation. I myself would be highly opposed to that, but it is all still in the discussion phase, and I'll keep you posted. I did learn something interesting. We did discuss the budget and revenue, and apparently each county donates a prorated amount to have a lobbyist for public lands. And Grand County is delinquent in that. I thought that it was something you participated in if you felt it was useful to your county. And apparently most counties feel like it's useful. Grand County has not paid up yet. And I don't know what kind of plans they have to try to get that from us. I went to the Housing Authority meeting by phone again. MAP Senior Living project is probably completed by now. They were scheduled to go through the final walkthroughs with checkoff list on June 25th and start moving people in at the end of June. And they were anticipating an open house sometime in early to mid-July. So I expect to hear more about that very soon. The Wingate, I mentioned this, their Wingate project. This is a really cool affordable workforce housing project. They've closed on the 22 multifamily units at Wingate Village and have begun construction. The contract is for a 15-month construction period. So at the end of that, 22 more families will have housing. And there are 5 more that they anticipate closing on soon so that they can be constructing at the same time. So that's pretty exciting to have that much coming on board. COVID-19 Task Force Rent Relief Fund, HASU, Housing Authority apparently helps with that. And they, with the Multicultural Center, Grand County, and the City of Moab, they've to date been able to collect roughly 30,000. Not to date, this was again closer to the middle of June when I went. And they anticipate giving out the last of that on July 9th, the last allocation. So if you know anyone that needs rental assistance, it might be good to call to get in touch with them sooner rather than later. When I was on a UAC call with Jerry, the ED of AOG, Executive Director of the Association of Local Governments, and Jade and Michael Bryant, doing some sort of an inland port survey, inland port satellite survey. And thanks to Chris, Zachary, and Curtis, I think that we got through that. It's totally just in the discussion phases, and this was a survey to determine whether or not Grand County would be suitable for a satellite port. If it got to the point where it was decided we are, then it would come to the entire council to decide if that's something the county wants. And the Arches Hotspot Planning Committee meeting, that seems so long ago. It seems the one thing all parties can agree on is to create more off Main Street parking. And I will let our chair, Curtis Wells, talk more about that in his report. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jillian. Curtis?
Thank you. Thing I'll go over is just a kind of a summary of the manager's report for the Moab Mosquito Abatement District. We're in getting close to peak mosquito season. The river peaked on June 4th at 15,400 CFS without any floodwater issues. We did have traps indicated a small number of floodwater mosquitoes were missed in the northern wetlands. We did have a trap that was collected on the 23rd test positive for West Nile. It was unexpected, but let's see, they retrapped 16 pools from that area, all came back negative. And so because of the limited area and circumstances, they decided not to fog. So I think that the mosquito district in terms of operations has come a long way based on where we were at last year. There is new management. There has been some turnover. They just hired a new employee on the, let's see, her first day was yesterday actually. And so pretty happy with where the mosquito district is at now in terms of performance, but I think there's still some work to do there. And there's still kind of that conversation hanging over the mosquito district as far as last year when we were scrambling to assist them and resource them. There was I think an indication from the district itself, the manager at the time and the county, that at some point we should look at the ability to increase the level of service by bringing the responsibilities of that district just back under the county umbrella. For instance, the road department really helped them out on some things, and Chris really helped them out on some things. And I think it was kind of an eye opener. Moving on to the Arches Recreational Hotspot Committee. We've not had an actual committee meeting since our last county meeting, but we did probably the most significant development to date is we created a kind of a focus working group to really drill down into our parking project that the committee is focusing on. A lot of that is falling on the city engineer. And they've met once. They are scheduled to have the first real kind of deliverable for the committee back in 2 weeks. Right now, working with UDOT on a preliminary level to basically give the committee a little bit more time. We essentially lost a month from COVID, and the county not having an engineer directly involved in the process. It's all been kind of laid at the city engineer's feet or on his desk. And they've got several big projects they're working on now, including Lions Back, this bike skills park, not to mention development applications in the city. And so we're hoping to have, maybe until October, November to finish up our work as a committee. We'll kind of see how that goes, but we are making good progress. And I think the group is looking forward to hearing from the focus group and seeing kind of where they've ended up with Chuck as far as a concept design and a budget for the off Main Street parking. And what that is instead of a centralized parking project, we're looking to disperse parking throughout the downtown core on city streets. I think at this point, that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you. Gabriel?
Just want to announce that next
One
week.
thing. Oh, go ahead, Gabe.
No, you're ahead. You go for it.
One thing I forgot, sorry about that. I couldn't click the mute button back off. On the inland port work, thank you, Jalen and Chris and Zachariah. Zachariah provided some good feedback. I did have a call with Michael Bryant today to kind of go over potential sites for an inland port in Grand County. I had sent him a link to a piece of private property that is on the I-70 corridor. The discussion I had with Michael Bryant was that I felt like an inland port site was really going to be the most appropriate on the I-70 corridor in Grand County, where they have access to the interstate and rail. There's also if you look at a map, a parcel map, particularly of public land, there's a big conglomerate of state land that sits just south of Crescent Junction on both sides of the highway that was consolidated for a potash project, and they were drilling for water to provide water for a potash project across the highway on another site. It never really went anywhere. So now we just have state sections all piled up there at Crescent Junction. There's also a string of state sections along the I-70 corridor in between Crescent Junction and Emery County that I recommended to Michael, probably approaching the state and SITLA for a site for the inland port on the I-70 corridor probably makes more sense than pursuing a private parcel also. So I followed up with them on those sites, and I'm going to send Michael some more supportive information on specific parcels. So I just wanted to particularly inform Jalen of that, since we had a conversation about contributing to that survey. So that's all I have. Sorry about that.
No worries. So I just wanted to inform that next Wednesday, July 15th, there will be an in-person Moab Area Watershed Partnership meeting at the Spanish Trail Arena, which is, I think, a good site. It's kind of half open air, plenty of room to spread out. The regular meeting starts at 1, but at 2:30 or 3, Mark Stilson of Utah Division of Water Rights, he'll give his third presentation on groundwater monitoring in Spanish Valley. And I do believe that that's the sort of the wrap-up presentation of that nature. So I'd encourage anyone and everyone that's interested to attend that. That's next Wednesday, July 15th. The regular meeting starts at 1. But Mark will go on at 2:30 or 3 or so. The only other item I had, just a quick update on the Four Corners Community Behavioral Health Board. We passed a vote over email to go ahead and to put the Moab project on hold as far as the Moab facility for 6 to 12 months. Just with the uncertainty of these times. It was agreed that just putting it on hold would be the best action. Four Corners owns the land, the plan, surveys, easement, wastewater permissions, culinary water study. They've removed hazardous waste on the property, so everything is ready to go when the time is right. So just wanted to give you all an update on that, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Gabriel. Evan?
Yeah, I don't have much to report since our meeting last week, but there was a Moab area Spanish Valley Regional Transportation Plan meeting that happened before that, and there was a interactive mapping exercise where we were kind of identifying problem areas and then also kind of creating a bit of a wish list for the area as well. It was done remotely. There was a little bit of kind of technical challenges, I'd say, but that's still just kind of in the ideas sort of phase, and these ideas would, potentially hatch into future projects years down the road. But I believe that that's all I have to report on.
Thank you, Evan. Rory?
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot. I tried to get on airport board last night and there was some problems with our communication. So everything is still moving along out at the airport. One thing, it was a pretty short meeting. I guess our next meeting, we're going to be trying to maybe set up a board or a study group to see about solar panels out there. So for solar. So that's about all I've got. The only other thing I've got is there's a lot of people that were trying to Zoom into our meeting tonight, and our website was down on our agenda, I guess. They had a hard time. So I was just wondering if maybe you could read off how to call in and stuff.
Yes, I will do that.
And that's all I have.
Greg?
Yes. Well, first of all, I filled in for you at the Homeless Coordinating Committee on the 17th of June. So that was interesting. Listen to what they were talking about. I was not aware that homeless people were getting COVID utility payments. So that sounds like it was going to help some people there. Let's see. One of the biggest things that impressed me about the whole system was that most of these people just don't have a problem. They have multiple problems. They may be homeless, but they're also have medical problems. They have domestic problems. They have, it just goes on and on. But the people that are running this are really trying to help these people out. So yeah, it was just kind of an eye opener to me to realize just what some homeless people in the area are having to deal with. So also attended the Moab Museum Board of Trustees meeting. That was held on the 17th, the same day. They've had a big push to get people that had memberships in the museum to go ahead and renew their memberships. The push netted 45 people that decided to renew their membership. So now we have 84 members for the museum. One of the big issues of the museum is the roof. It leaks. Museum has invested well over $1 million in bringing the museum up to a more professional level, and we just need to get that roof fixed before they can actually move in there, because it'd be shame to move all the items in there and then have it get ruined with a leaky roof. So they're looking at about $37,000 to fix the roof. I had asked Chris if there was any of that COVID-19 money from the feds, that if we could possibly direct a little bit in that direction, so that we can get that roof fixed. On a side note, on the 4th of July, we had a parade out here in Castle Valley. I know it was world famous. We had, we should have had ABC and CBS and all the big newspapers out here looking at it, but fortunately we didn't. We did have the Times Independent out here. So we had a parade, we had one float. So I pulled the float with my tractor. So I got to be number one on the parade. We had four tractors and a series of vintage vehicles, and then the fire department gave all the spectators that were grouped along the road. They were really spread out. But we went about 3 miles, and the fire department cooled them off as they went by. So that's all I've got to report.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. My report, I attended the Canyon Country Partnership. That's a very long meeting, and they only meet every other month. It's a wonderful meeting, and you learn a lot. But what I'm going to do is just give a brief summary of what I learned in the meeting each week, rather than trying to tell you everything. It would take a half hour. What I learned from the BLM, we have a total of 85,386.91 acres, 53 parcels in Moab area for the September oil and gas lease sale. Fire restrictions are in place. Growth activities in the Mineral Bottoms Hill Roaring area are being are there some proposal to limit the access because of wildlife. The Book Cliff Road application is completed, and the pre-NEPA survey is underway. The Monticello Field Office campgrounds are reopened, and they are processing Emory Telecom right-of-way applications from Bluff to Mexican Hat, which is very exciting. The Forest, Fire, and State Lands reported that they were doing fuel reduction work in Manti LaSalle and Schofield Mountains. In Mill Creek and the Pack Creek area, they completed 7 acres of Russian olive removal, working with Rim to Rim. They are very hopeful that Team Rubicon, that was going to be here, I think it was in March, and had to cancel, will be here in November. The fire season began on June 1st with a higher than average human cause of fire. 84% of the fires that have been caused thus far this year have been human caused. So I was sad to hear that. Sovereign Lands are working on revegetation on areas damaged by forest fires. The Division of Water Resources, Utah experienced its driest April on record, and we all are suffering from that. The Navajo Water Rights Settlement, sponsored by Senator Mitt Romney, was passed. The bill was Senate Bill 1207, if someone wants to look it up. This bill ratifies and modifies the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Agreement negotiated between the Navajo Nation and the United States and Utah. The agreement gives the Navajo Nation the right to use water from sources located within Utah and adjacent to or encompassed within the boundaries of the Navajo Reservation, resulting in depletions not to exceed a specific amount annually. So we should be seeing some improvement on the accessibility and water to the individuals living on the Navajo Nation. On that same day, it was a busy day, the 25th, we had our Solid Waste Board meeting. It was decided to have weekly electronic recycling from 9 to 1 on Saturday. So that's computers, TVs, batteries, cell phones, printers. So since it seemed to be confusing and people wanted it more often, we're going to have it weekly on Saturday. The household hazardous waste event has been postponed until November 7th. We were able to reclaim more than 8,000 cubic yards of yard waste at the Moab landfill and turn it into mulch, which we are able to sell and use for landscaping. We are working on considering membership program for the Recycle Center, looking at ways to deal with shortfalls from volumes at the landfill, the TRT, and the mineral lease. The Utah Department of Environmental Quality did an inspection, a surprise inspection, and the district came through with flying colors. The firework display went well this year on the 4th, and a lot of thanks goes out to Bill Jackson for loaning the district its fire truck, its water truck, so they were able to wet down all the everything beforehand, and thus preventing any fires at Moab Land Fire. On the 3rd, I had a Zoom conference with members from the Art Council to discuss how hard our cultural events have been hit: the Folk Festival, Art Trails, Art Festival, Full Open Sorting, Plein Air, to name a few. And studies have shown that how art enhances the economy outlook for counties and cities. And they wanted to encourage the council to consider using some of the CARES Act to assist the arts. That's my report. So we will move on to elected officials report. Do we have any elected officials report? County administrator report, Chris Baird.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to respond to a couple of things that were brought up with regard to the UAC public lands lobbyist and the bill that's outstanding. For 2020, for some reason, our regular UAC dues came in $2,600 more than they have been in the past. And so and then the UAC lobbyist bill is for $2,500. So the increase in dues already put us over budget for UAC. And then if we were to pay the lobbyist bill, then we'd be over by like $3,000. And so I put in a request to one of the staffers at UAC for an explanation as to why our membership dues went up by $2,600. And I don't believe that I ever got a response to that. So, I don't know that we can go and pay for the lobbyist because we're over budget on our UAC payments. And I don't know if Jalen wants to try to find more out about why our membership dues went up so much. But that's kind of the issue there, is that we're over budget. And this kind of dovetails in also, with some TRT information, but the museum re-roof is kind of on hold a bit because we had budgeted to pay for the re-roof using restaurant and car rental taxes, and those have really crashed. We also budgeted to pay our annual contribution to the museum out of the TRT. We just received April's TRT remit, and it's only about 7% of what we got last year. And so that's kind of what we expected because we were entirely shut down. And so probably the only TRT that was being paid was for essential workforce. And so we're going to have to probably reassess our contributions to other entities that are coming from these excise taxes like TRT and TRCC, because they're going to come in substantially less than what we're projecting. And so, you know, making the payments to both solid waste and the museum are going to be difficult and probably have to be reassessed, you know, relative to what we're going to collect, because we just don't have the money really to pay for that roof, nor to make the contribution that we were expecting to make. So anyway, moving on, as Mary indicated, the fireworks went off well, and I think, you know, that I'd have to give a lot of thanks to Mallory Nassau, who helped a lot with that project. It's actually quite a bit more that goes into putting on the fireworks display than you'd think. And we're relieved that we got it done. It was our first year putting all that together. So I'm happy to see that it went off well. I'm also working on Utah Outdoor Recreation grants. We got a project, 2 projects with the BLM. We've got the boat ramp upgrade, which is a project that's mostly done. And then a new project that we're working with the BLM on for some campground in Klondike area. As well, we're working on a similar Utah Outdoor Recreation grant for Dalton Wells. I went out and did a site visit with Tony Mancuso of the Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. And so we're trying to work out the details on that. Andrea Brand went out, as well as Joe, her one of her lead staff, and we've began to kind of evaluate the viability of their construction plan. They're wanting to get the construction plan approved relatively soon. Andrea, I think, is on vacation until the 13th, but we're going to try and work with them. I think that Forestry, Fire, and State Lands would like Grand County to operate and maintain the campground out there. And so they want our input on the construction and the viability of maintaining it. And so kind of waiting on Andrea to get back or to be able to provide input for that. I think we're going to touch base tomorrow on a phone call. So we're continuing to move along on that, but it's a bit of a an involved process really for the county to take over another campsite out there, but we're engaged in due diligence for it. And also working on the concept of restructuring for economic development, as well as, you know, the planning and zoning or community development department. So hoping to get some kind of proposal together and also to schedule a workshop for our meeting on the 21st, if that's possible. So I think we can maybe talk about that when we get to calendar items, but I'd like to have a workshop on some restructuring. And we did receive our federal payment in lieu of taxes payment, and it was for about $275,000 less than what we were expecting. There was kind of an incongruity in how the state had reported our financial statistics to the federal government. And they had indicated that we had retained what we call state payment in lieu of taxes. The state compensates counties for state lands that are not taxed or subject to tax. And so it's similar, it's a payment in lieu of tax, but they use federal mineral lease money to make that payment. And so counties are not allowed to accept both federal mineral lease money and federal payment in lieu of taxes money without one offsetting the other. We don't retain any of that money, however, from the state PILT. We put it in the bank and then immediately disperse 100% of it out to service districts. So we communicated that to the State Division of Finance, and I think they're going to provide a revised report to the federal government. Hopefully we'll get that $275,000 back, or even more, hopefully, because that's a pretty big hit to take, especially on a year like this that we weren't expecting. And it's really just kind of a bureaucratic mix-up. And then also with regard to Jalen's prior question about payroll transmittals, the reason why the payroll transmittals were so much more than the payroll itself was because we paid on the health insurance. So that's the main reason why it's up so high. And also We had 2 Grand County employees test positive for COVID-19. And as far as I know, no other Grand County employees were infected or transmitted. These 2 positive cases didn't transmit any further to any other county employees, to my knowledge. There's been several tests that have been taken, they've all come back negative. So, but we have had a couple coronavirus in Grand County, and we've gone through the process of contact tracing for them. And as far as I can tell, we're in the clear at this point with regard to any further transmission associated with those cases. Let's see, I think that's about it. Anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, Chris. Christina, did you have anything to report? Quinn, did you have anything to report?
No, we had the election last Tuesday. We've got most of the votes totaled and transmitted to the state. I think we've got 2 ballots still to count, and that's it. All the rest have been delivered by mail. I don't think any came today. So other than that, it went pretty smooth. We're happy with the results. We're happy that we were able to accurately tabulate the results. So I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We don't have any department reports or agency reports, so we are to our presentation. We are having a presentation from our local homeless coordinating committee to discuss the increase in the homeless population in Grand County. Dr. Lauren Priest was
Mary?
not able to, yes.
I'm sorry, could we, I don't know where the Planning Commission reports.
I was going to have them do their presentation right after the homeless coordinating committee. So that's okay.
All right, sounds good.
That was, they were
Is that
both kind of presentations. Okay.
All right, thank
So,
you.
Dr. Lauren Priest was unable to attend, but Rihanna is with us. I saw her name just a moment ago. Rihanna, are you still there? Yes, Rihanna, and I did see Sarah Mellenkopf at one point. Are you still here with us, Sarah?
I am here, if you can hear me.
Yes. Are there any other members of the homeless coordinating committee on the line at this time
There
that
are
want to
not.
join?
There are not.
Okay.
Dr. Press sent her regret.
Yes, she sent it to me too. So Rihanna, would you begin? You're muted, I think.
I think Sarah was going to begin, if that's okay.
That is fine. Sarah, would you begin?
Sure. I've been doing street level outreach and social work since August of 2008 with the homeless population. So I'm keenly aware of what's going on out on the street, basically with the chronically homeless, those that are heavily diseased with mental health or addiction. And I've been attending the local homeless coordinating committee meetings since 2009. And all the agencies are working very closely together over the years, and we're trying to find responses to very challenging issues. Recently, I noticed an uptick in the number of chronically homeless people out on the street who are in very bad condition. And it's extremely concerning, as it should be for the whole community, because these people are our brothers and sisters, etc. And the healthier they are, the better our community is. So I sent an email out to the whole committee email list talking about that and saying, let's put our heads together and try to figure out a way to create a safe camping spot, perhaps, where, and this is something law enforcement also likes the idea of, because if we could create a safe camping spot somewhere that would be heavily monitored, that would have a porta potty, trash can, and recycle bin, we could do a lot more outreach And people, when they're safe and secure, it's a little bit easier to do outreach to them. We can create an environment that helps them want to improve their lives. But some of these people are so diseased in late stage alcoholism that they're delusional and they don't know reality anymore. So it's challenging. Another reason it's important that we try to together think of a solution that's nothing's going to be flawless, but we can come up with something. Right after I sent that email, 2 days later, I got a call at 7 a.m. from the Moab City Police. Someone homeless who's in very late stage alcoholism had almost started a big fire behind the Episcopal Church. They called me out. I met the officers there, and there was so much stuff there. I had to rent a storage unit to put everything in it. So until we can find a better solution, at least offering a safe place could avert hazardous incidences like fires, people dying of heat stroke right now. I mean, it's pretty serious out there. So Mary asked if, we would talk about this, and that's where I am. And Multicultural Center has been an amazing partner. They've really, really taken a lot of the load off and are doing amazing work. So I'll let Rihanna take it from there, unless anyone has a question for me.
Thank you, Rihanna.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll be brief. We, as a walk-in resource center, we saw an increasing number of people identifying as homeless, utilizing the Multicultural Center. So we have been seeking since the beginning of 2019 funding and training to learn more about and assist this specific subpopulation. The data I have is not super. Sarah will have a lot more information going back further, but I can tell you that the July to December number of homeless persons that we have assisted from the previous 6 months, which would have been that January through July, has increased by 64%, according to my numbers. That can be attributed to probably many things. We're getting more referrals from more places. We have gotten some funding from the state, but it's difficult. I think what Sarah is talking about, we have a couple of different subpopulations within our local homelessness population. We have our chronically homeless that Sarah was just talking about, and then we have our situationally homeless folks. And it's really challenging because we don't have a shelter to know where to divert people to. And when the housing lists are really, really long, we have to get really innovative. And during COVID, we've been doing the best that we can to find emergency shelter for people. We're trying to build partnerships locally with lodging partners and be really upfront about the clients that we're referring, and making sure that we're doing our best to screen people, because we want to be respectful of their businesses. But I definitely invite you all to be aware, I guess, of the fact that we do have quite a few homeless people living here in our community, and that we have a group of service providers that is from our mental health community, our addiction community, the Multicultural Center, Moab Solutions, and several other organizations that have come together to have a mission of connecting services to address homelessness in our community. And right now, we're working on increasing the inventory for emergency and short-term transitional housing for homeless persons, and creating a community-wide protocol for something called coordinated entry, where we all talk to each other so we know what the actual homeless population is at any given time, who's actively receiving services from which organization. And then also, I guess, just increasing awareness and participation in solutions, which is why I'm happy to talk to you guys today.
Thank you, Rihanna. Having increase of 64% is proof, a scary number. And yeah, and these, from what I understand, Rihanna, correct me if I'm wrong, but what she's seeing is the situational homeless we're seeing an increase in, not the chronic homeless as much, but the people that just because of the COVID and because of all of a sudden finding themselves homeless. And
Yeah.
if we can,
I'm going to say both have increased, both chronic and situational homelessness. COVID is not helping. It's not helping much at all, is it? But to give you some numbers, I guess not just a percentage, we interacted with 57 adults from January to July that were engaged in homelessness services, and then 94 adults in these last 6 months. So that's where that 64% is coming from. And as far as chronically homeless, we have 12 homeless persons that actively use the Multicultural Center as what we would call a day center service. They get mail here, they get vouchers, they get food. They come use the phone on our patio. We invite them to participate in a case management plan to find stable housing, but sometimes that's not what they're interested in at the time. And then we have 6 other folks that are actively engaging in a case management plan to find stable housing currently. And that's just our organization. That's not the whole community.
thank you. Do we have anybody have any questions? I thought this was important to bring to the attention because perhaps we can at some point look at a way to help create a camping area to deal with this chronic homeless situation that we're having, because it's a danger to us on a health level and on fire. So thank you. Thank you, Rihanna. And
Mary,
yes, Evan?
have any possible locations for a camp been identified?
Not that I know of. Sarah?
Okay.
Okay, not that I know of. Where the police are aware of it, and they are very much think this would be a good idea. Any other questions? Thank you, Rihanna, for taking time out of your busy life, and you, Sarah, to give us this presentation.
Thank you.
Now
for your
I will
interest.
move. Yes. We have a short presentation from the Planning Commission. Kevin Walker.
Hello, is Mila on the call? I guess not. Okay, so I only found out about this a couple of hours ago, so I hope I don't seem too unprepared, but I think my job here is to the Planning Commission would like to have a workshop with the County Council sometime in July, just to make sure we're heading the same direction on the small area plan for the Highway 313 191 corridor. And I would also be happy to give a short summary of what we've done so far if you want. And Jalen, hopefully you'll jump in if I'm missing anything. But, I think that's why I'm
Kevin, I would welcome a short summary, and I also want to point out that I have seen a document that has an outline, a timeline, and this is, if all goes well, scheduled to be approved at the county council level by December 1st. So it is critical that we meet sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if people are interested, I could share my screen and show you the timeline that Jalen was just referring to. So what the main thing we're doing at the moment is we're just about to launch just kind of an online public survey asking people what they think about that area. Would they like to see more of use X or less of use X? How much do they care about view sheds? How much do they care about providing expansion for tourism businesses? Just the questionnaire tries to cover all the uses that have been proposed out there and all the response we've gotten from the public. And then once that's done, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, then we can, in earnest, start to consider a few options for planning. And as Jalen said, it's a pretty short timeline because, you know, Evan said at some previous meeting that we must have it done before the end of the year. So we are trying. We'll see how it goes with the lack of staff time. So that is my short summary.
Thank you very much.
The specific date. So we have identified one possible date for the workshop is July 21st before your regular meeting. So 2 weeks from today. And a second possible date would be July 27th, shortly before our regular meeting on a Monday. So maybe, I guess our hope is that later in this meeting, when appropriate, the county council will pick one of those days as the best one. Thanks.
I think during the calendar portion of our meeting, we should decide on were the two dates. You said July 21st before our regular council meeting, or July 27th before the regular planning commission meeting, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. We will move on to our general business action item discussion and consideration of. Item D, adopting proposed resolution supporting the exclusive use of solid waste landfill facilities operated by the Solid Waste Special Service District Number 1 for solid waste generated by residents and businesses located within Grand County. Evan Terrell, Solid Waste Special Service District Number 1 District Manager. Thank you, Evan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me on your agenda, and thank you for your service. So this item is basically an initial approach towards securing our long-term financial viability for the solid waste district. The resolution that is being put in front of you basically presents a comprehensive history of the solid waste district. Why were we created? What are we here to do? And what is our role in Grand County? First off, just to point out, so we fund the majority of our operations through an enterprise funds system, meaning that we receive revenues for landfill disposal fees, but also for the sale of recycled goods and other things like that. The 2020 budget forecasted about 80% of our revenues from these types of goods and services that we provide, with the other 20% being forecasted through portions of TRT and mineral lease funds that are allocated by Grand County, which we very much appreciate. Over the past few years, some of these solid waste that has been generated in Grand County has unfortunately left the county for disposal at other locations. This negatively affects our revenue structure, and it's due to a couple of reasons which are in the agenda summary. One, historical operational deficiencies, which we have corrected. The Klondike landfill, which is the facility that collects and accepts all of the municipal solid waste, your household trash, commercial trash, etc. The roads had some major issues, and we've actually installed some drainage features that have corrected that issue, and the access to the facility is no longer problematic. The other item, there are some contracts out there and agreements that really haven't been very well defined. So this has kind of been an ongoing discussion, but in recent events, there is a previously dormant but permitted landfill just across the state line in Mack, Colorado, that is undergoing redevelopment, and in the near future will be able to accept similar waste materials that the Klondike landfill can accept. Just a quick briefing of the resolution that was drafted. We were created in 1993 by the Grand County Council. One of the main thing that we were created for is managing solid waste in Grand County. However, a big part of that was to develop a sanitary landfill, which became the Klondike landfill, which is about 3 miles north of the Canyonlands Airport. So that facility is now a regulatorily driven facility. The Moab City dump that we also manage now used to operate pre-RCRA or pre-regulatory requirements for solid waste disposal. That facility has been capped, but now we operate that as a construction demolition debris facility only. So that's one of 2 landfills that we operate, including the local recycling center. As part of the solid waste district's creation, we performed a study in collaboration with Grand County. There were several sites identified for a future landfill. The Klondike landfill became that facility and was supported by both the county council and Moab City back in 1995. A few things to point out about landfills. So even if you close a landfill, there's more than just closing it. There's a 30-year post-closure monitoring requirements. Those are all expensive endeavors to a degree and does require ongoing monitoring for a minimum 30 years after the facility is closed. Klondike, we are looking at the amount of space remaining, and we're looking at about 60 to probably up to 120 years at this point in time. But another thing to point out is that both Grand County and Moab City in the late 90s did provide financial guarantees for these facilities in the event that the solid waste district was no longer solvent or could not cover the cost of the closure and post-closure care of these facilities. When the landfill was created, we took out a loan of about $555,000. We still owe about $250,000 on that bond at this time, but we are accepting material and that is helping us to pay it off on an annual basis. So things have been going good for the most part. Both Moab and Klondike landfills do not generate methane gas emissions, which is a known greenhouse gas. And we perform monitoring on those quarterly for the past several years, and there's never been any detections of those. Point being that these facilities are local, they're the closest to the point of generation in Grand County, and they're the most environmentally sustainable facilities for us to utilize for landfilling for the waste that is generated in Grand County. A few other quick things. So basically the resolution is just asking for Grand County's support of the use of our facilities, the landfills primarily for waste that is generated in Grand County moving forward, which has been the case, but this topic I think has been on the kind of docket for quite some time in the past and so forth. Looking at our past 5 years of activity, the municipal solid waste revenue generating for our tip fees has been about 50% across all facilities, but for the Klondike landfill has been about 90 to 80% of our total revenues for that facility over the past 5 years. That does exclude the TRT and mineral lease support that we do receive. And then for 2020, our forecasted revenue for the Klondike landfill was about 44% of total revenues across our entire organization. And those funds do include the projected transient room tax and mineral lease revenues that we were allocated this year by the Grand County Council. And then one other thing is that we have done a regional cost comparison across regional landfills throughout Utah, but also in Colorado. Right now, our rates for municipal solid waste is $38 per ton to dispose of that waste. It's called a tipping fee in the waste industry. San Juan County landfill, which is south of Blanding, Utah, they are $6 more than we are. They're at $44 a ton. And Mesa County landfill in Colorado is $33 per ton. But quickly to point out with Mesa County landfill, they receive approximately 175,000 tons per year, whereas in 2019, the Klondike landfill received about 17,000 tons of waste at that facility. So an order of magnitude greater. And then just to point out the concept of economies of scale. So as you have more units of production, typical economic type model is that your cost per unit goes down. So given that we have less units of production, our cost per unit is naturally higher, which is where we're at that 38 per ton. And I think we're pretty close to where we need to be on that, but we are performing some financial evaluations this year, seeing where our tip fees are, but I don't see us going anywhere near or above the San Juan County's rates, which is 44, or anything else. But there are landfills in Colorado that there's a $52 per ton rate, and there's a $48 per ton rate at a few facilities in Colorado as well. That's all I've really prepared to discuss, but I'm happy to answer any questions or comments as it pertains to this resolution. But overall, just asking the county to reissue its support and to kind of reestablish the solid waste district's role in Grand County and the community at large.
Any questions? Jaylyn?
Yes. I have no questions.
I know, I have lost my Zoom connection. I still have my phone, but could you take over running the meeting until I can get back on?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
I would make a motion to move to adopt the proposed resolution supporting the exclusive use of solid waste landfill facilities operated by the Solid Waste Special Service District Number 1 for solid waste generated by residents and businesses located within Grand County, Utah.
Thank
I'll
you.
second.
Evans made the motion. Greg,
I'll second.
Mr. Halliday has seconded the motion. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, I will ask for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you, Mary. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Evan.
Thank
I
you so much,
thoroughly enjoyed the history of the Grand County solid waste disposal. That was interesting. Next on the agenda item E, approving public comment to the Bureau of Land Management regarding the environmental assessment for the September 2020 oil and gas sale. Councilmember Clapper.
Yeah, if you remember, we applied to put in for to be a cooperating agency, and we missed the deadline. And so this is just a comment letter that, and in the same process that any other citizen could submit a letter. But because I'm hoping to have it on county letterhead, I just wanted to bring it to everyone for approval. It's in regards to the September oil and gas lease. It's a massive sale on a scale that's very untypical, and a lot of it is focusing on the 313 area. And as Mary reported in her Canyon Country Partnership, there's actually some other restrictions to recreation going on in place up in that area, in the Mineral Bottom, etc. And it also would affect the Blue Hills roads out like by the White Sand Dunes off-road vehicle zone. So these parcels, they come up periodically. There's already a lot of parcels that have been approved that have yet to be developed. And so this is just a letter urging the BLM to cancel the sale of those parcels. And it doesn't weigh in on any of the parcels that are within the Moab BLM field office, but outside of Grand County. So there are some in San Juan County further out, kind of the headwaters of the Cane Springs area, but this letter doesn't weigh in on that. I assume you all had a chance to review the letter. And so with that, I would move to approve the letter dated July 7th, 2020, opposing the BLM's September 2020 oil and gas lease sale affecting acreage in Grant County.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Yes, Curtis Wells.
Oh, a lot of thoughts on this. It's not a, it's a complicated scenario. And, you know, the commitment, I mean, essentially the awardee of the leases, you know, is going to, the term on the lease is 10 years. And so the way this is kind of shaping up, in my opinion, is I would assume that the interested party that has nominated this area for leasing is looking to acquire the leases kind of at a low point, speculatively, considering the amount of development that happened in this area during the Fidelity Oil and Gas era. But you know, so I mean, yeah, it's on the north side of Canyonlands. There are recreation assets up there. I've had some conversation with some local, you know, kind of public lands consultants that are working on this, you know, that I know. And just a couple of points, you know, that I had mentioned to them is that, you know, it'd be nice to be able for the county to weigh in on this and kind of get more specific on specific locations, because of there is a significant benefit to, you know, local government in terms of the revenues that's produced here. There's also small businesses that were able to generate a lot of, you know, significant income off of the activity that occurred up there. So it's not just the exploration company, it's the subcontractors that support them. I also, this is an area, you know, I've mentioned this to Evan also, but I grew up recreating in this area before it was developed for oil and gas. Spent a lot of time like hiking and hunting in this area. I mean, the whole 313 area on both sides of the highway from, you know, Dubinky all the way to the northern boundary of Canyonlands. And, you know, watching the area change, you know, is difficult, but it's also not just natural resource development, you know, and I think something that, you know, I would argue is that you have to understand that there are citizens that are less negatively impacted by the visual disturbances of the development than they are by the crowds of tourists that continue to pile up in parking lots and on trails in that area. And so from just kind of a, you know, a land use, you know, desire, you know, how desirable are the different land uses? There's definitely a difference of opinion. I mean, I happen to be one of those people. I'm not impacted, you know, by the occurrence of the development up there like I am by just seeing more and more people in that area recreating annually. And one of the other things is that I just don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's honest and good practice for Grand County to present such a one-sided account of this land use. I mean, especially since I did a whole op-ed on this, you know, before I ran for office, of just, and before the Fidelity Oil and Gas play was up, of all of the benefits. I mean, we're talking the Recreation Special Service District, and they subsidize the Recreation and Aquatic Center and their mortgage payment with mineral lease revenues, you know, the Grand Center, all of the CIB loans, grants that we've received, you know, in the last 78 years, those CIB board members are looking at our, you know, production rates into the pot and evaluating that. And a significant majority of the lending or the, you know, the awards that have come from CIB back to the community and, you know, in this last decade have been, you know, primarily generated from that oil and gas development in this area. And we have absolutely, you know, taken advantage of that big infusion of cash into our community. And maybe that's not everybody's preference, you know, and I get that. Folks are saying, I'd rather not have that, and I'd rather not have the Grand Center. I'd rather not have that development, and I would rather not have the Recreation and Aquatic Center. But they're just doing the best they can with it, you know, given their circumstances. But to just completely not acknowledge it, I think is bogus. And then to paint the picture that the development is just completely compromised outdoor recreation up there, I don't think is also accurate, because outdoor recreation is thriving up there. I mean, Gemini Bridges and the single track up there is just humming along, and the development that's happened up there, you know, has not deterred it as far as I can see. And if we're still having a conversation of there's too many, you know, tourists, and these areas are being impacted by too many tourists, yet that land use is overlapping with natural resource development, then the argument just doesn't hold water. So it's just, you know, I can understand that the process is not ideal, particularly the gentleman that nominated the leases isn't a local stakeholder, right? And so it bothers some people that somebody from an office in, where's this guy from, Minnesota or Montana? I think it's Minnesota, you know, can just nominate these leases and can, you know, essentially acquire an asset like that, you know, that eventually could be developed. It doesn't mean that it's going to be developed right now, but in the event that it is developed, I mean, there's definitely, you know, benefits from that, that, you know, that we have received with open arms, and in some cases relied on. And so I would just really like to see us kind of get out of it's outdoor rec or nothing. Any kind of natural resource development compromises outdoor recreation, and particularly this just basically tunnel vision where we're not going to acknowledge that dependence we have for, you know, our facilities and our special service districts, and these, you know, these kind of heavier costs and things that we've gotten into in local government that's dependent upon natural resource development. And again, the oil and gas development that occurred in this area, you know, in the last 78 years, that's the majority of the revenues that's contributed to our return of royalties and CIB money. And so I have a huge problem for those reasons, and I can't support the letter for those reasons, but I do understand some of those concerns. And I think this is one of those letters where we're trying to get, you know, the governor on our side. And I would much more prefer us to be able to be more specific about where natural resource development conflicts and where it doesn't. And that takes a lot of work. And I can understand that, but to just give them a thumbs down with more or less half of the story, you know, I'm not on board with that.
Mary, if I may, just real briefly, I apologize for double dipping, but to Curtis's point, we expressed interest in being a member at the table to have these well-rounded conversations, and the BLM denied our application to be a cooperating member. So that's why we're kind of weighing in through this route. In regards to the assessments that the BLM produced that kind of highlighted the meager economic benefits to the community, it didn't put under the microscope any effects to the other uses that they're mandated to manage for. So like he was saying, the BLM also manages recreation up there, and they can benefit from this. That's true. But in this study, they didn't compile that. And in terms of the economic returns, the whole point of having this massive land sale is so that the acreage stays, or the price per acre stays really low. If we were to go at it in a very precise, surgical manner where small numbers of parcels were going up for auction at a time, then we could have this this discussion that Curtis is asking for, where we really look at what's appropriate and what's not. But by putting, nearly 100,000 acres up for sale at once, they're really trying to assure that they sell at that minimum bid of $2 an acre. And also, while all this is going on, part of the CARES Act bailout was, for these energy companies. And so royalties are at just above 2% right now. So, as opposed to our usual close to 13% returns, any kind of development that would happen up there would just be a 2% kind of return. So if you look at 2% on royalties, if you look at $2 an acre on the sale, the whole state of Utah is looking at making, less than 10 grand off these, 80,000 acres going out for sale. And so I really would like to be part of the process. I really would like to have a precision up there. I would like to say to our constituents that the extraction industry is happening in a calculated manner that's fair and balanced and rewarding for our local taxpayers. And by no means am I trying to put recreation against this, but the letter kind of came off one-sided because the report from the BLM was one-sided. And so this letter is just kind of representing some of that other side and some of that local economic voice that wasn't represented in their report.
Thank you, Evan. I wanted to just make one point and then we'll get back to you. Okay, Curtis?
Sounds good.
I am not opposed to having some oil and gas development in Grand County. In fact, I think it would be great. It would help our care center. It would help in so many ways. But this process that has happened, I'm concerned about because right now the royalties are so low. It's like you don't sell your property when the property's value is down. And it's way down now. And the price of oil is way down. And it's just, I think that I am opposed to the September lease sale because of the royalty. And I just don't think it's the time to sell it with the price of oil down and the royalties down. That's my thought on it. And Curtis, what did you want to say?
So, yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. Because of the price of oil, though, the way to understand this, and I mean, this is my opinion, is that this isn't being triggered for sale because they want to produce it right now. They want to acquire it low and sell high. And he's got a 10-year term on the lease. And so, the way I see this is somebody is looking to position themselves to acquire something at a lower value and flip it to an exploration company or partner with an exploration company when the price of oil goes back up to a good place. So that, I think that's a pretty, an accurate way to understand that. But, I do have a question. This reduced royalty, is there well, before I ask that question, and the number that Evan referenced, the 10,000, that's just on the sale. And once development production occurs, the return for the local community and the interested parties is much higher than just the 10,000. And I understand those concerns, but still, like, the devil's in the details. The language in here says, if the price of oil increases and all the proposed and current leases go online at once, industrial impacts will irreparably damage Grand County's recreation brand and world-class landscape. So in the letter, it's saying they're concerned about the price of oil increasing and what that's going to do to the recreation brand and the landscape. And so again, kind of back to my earlier comments, the landscape has not been irreparably harmed to the point where, in my opinion, the brand and tourism has been left reeling or irreparable damage. It's actually the Fidelity Oil and Gas approach to the regulations and their compliance was one of the most extreme, above and beyond approaches to, painting pipelines, painting tanks, like, in terms of environmental sensitivity, and for good reason. That is in nowadays, a sensitive area. And so there's actually a success story there. And that's why I'm not on board. Is tourism's doing fine. We had the largest producing well in the lower 48 for 9 months up there, which, in the oil production world is a big deal. The local government saw a lot of good return for that. And so there's language in here that basically says oil and gas and development is bad, and it's going to ruin the landscape and our Moab brand. And so I have a problem with that language. But I did want to ask you a question. That reduction in royalty, is anyone aware of like an expiration on that royalty reduction? Because I can't imagine that's in perpetuity.
I'm not aware of any.
And I don't know.
I looked into that, and I should disclose that Jason Keith is my husband with Public Land Solutions, and he did give the county a first draft of that letter. But I researched that issue myself, and I was not able to find a definitive answer by tonight. Most of these COVID-related concessions are expiring at the end of the year. So it is my expectation it's at the end of the year. There's also been talk that people assume that will be extended into 2021, but I don't have definitive information on that.
Okay. So this is my last comment. Again, it's saying if the price of oil recovers, all these new proposed leases plus all existing leases could produce at the same time, creating significant industrial impacts and safety concerns among some of Grand County's most popular tourist destinations. So I get from the business standpoint where some of council members are coming from, and I really do appreciate that. I think that's a smart way of looking at it without being ignorant to, the development on public land. But the letter just really comes across as just anti-development and really hyper defensive of tourism, and I think it's evident. No further comments.
I would like
Anyone
to call
else?
the vote, Mary.
Okay,
Call
let's
the
call for a vote. Okay, we are voting on item
E.
the Bureau, item E, okay? Do we need to repeat the motion? everybody okay? Okay. All in favor of the letter, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Rory Paxman and Curtis Wells in opposition. We are now moving to approving Grand County and Southeastern Utah Health Department face covering order for Grand County. Brady, are you with us? Christina? Oh, where's
Brady's here,
Brady?
Brady?
Is
Brady, why don't
Brady
you
here?
present?
Good afternoon, yes.
Okay, thank you, Brady.
So the order that's been that we have proposed has been modeled after both Salt Lake and Summit Counties orders. It's a combination of the two. Salt Lake's is a little bit simpler, and so that really that's really where we took the bulk of our of the order from. But Summit County had some experience and clarified some of the exceptions to their order that helped communicate to their population kind of the intent of their order. But it ends up being really straightforward and simple, but could use the addition of one clarification phrase that Jaylyn pointed out. But in essence, in section 3 of the order, all individuals within Grand County shall be required to wear a face covering that completely covers the nose and mouth in public areas, including any indoor, and the addition would be or outdoor space open to the public where consistent social distancing of at least 6 feet is not possible, reasonable, or prudent. And then following that, we have 8 exemptions that people may qualify for. And the acknowledgement that young children between really the ages of 0 and 12 may not be able to properly wear these face masks or face coverings. And so the council originally voted to petition the governor for this variance that took place last Tuesday and was basically immediately granted. Some data that is relevant for today. From March 3rd through June 1st, we had a total of 11 positive tests that came through Moab Regional Hospital, and all of those were of residents of Grand County. In the week of June 23rd through June 29th, we had 6 positive tests come through Moab Regional Hospital, of which 5 of those were residents. And then last week, June 30th through July 6th, there were 8 positive tests, 3 of which were residents and 5 of which were non-residents. So those 5 from last week and the one from the week before will not show up on the ongoing count that we put out as the health department, but are more indicative that some of the surge that is taking place throughout Utah may be making its way through Grand County. We hope that it, certainly, of course, we hope that local residents aren't affected by that, but that is a statistic that we'll pay a little bit closer attention to, and the intent of this order would be to address exactly that type of visitation from those that are coming from areas that are seeing surges. Are there questions thus far?
I want to make sure I understand, Brady. So you're saying that the 8 that were from out of town or not from Grand County are not included in the count? That what are we now at 20, 21? They're not included in that, or are they?
So as of today, we're officially at 20. But looking at the tests that have, of individuals that have been tested at Moab Regional Hospital over the last 2 weeks, just lumping those together, there have been 14 positive tests taken that were done at Moab Regional Hospital. Of those, we have 8 that were local residents and 6 that were non-residents. The 6 non-residents are not counted in our total of 20 because they immediately returned home and are quarantining there. They don't need any services from either us or Grand County.
Do you have any idea, or with the contact tracing, were those that were not from Grand County, did they get virus in Grand County, or did they bring it here? Or do you know?
We don't know. We actually, apart from knowing that they were tested at Moab Regional Hospital, we know basically nothing beyond that because their home health department is the one that conducts that investigation. If the investigator determines that there have been close contacts, they may contact those individuals directly, or they will let us know and allow us to contact them. As of today, we haven't been asked to reach out to anybody from those 6 individuals.
And Brady,
Thank you.
there's a place on your website to list the non-local positives, but ours stays at 0, and I've heard of other non-local positives. Do you know why that's not being reported on the website?
Yes, because those are only being counted if they are being cared for and using resources of the county. For example,
Okay.
the ones that are showing up there, the 6 from Carbon County and 2 from Emory County, they were quarantined in the county. The health department provided for their needs during the time of their quarantine. If they return straight home, as with other case counts throughout the state, they're not being counted just because, simply for the fact that they tested positive in Grand County. The flip side is that we also have positive cases show up on our case counts that have come from outside Grand County. They're tested elsewhere. They may be even living elsewhere, but they do show up on our case total.
Any further questions for Brady? Do you have anything to add, Christina? Oh, Curtis, did you raise your hand?
I did. Brady, I wanted to just ask you about kind of and I don't think you've answered this, so excuse me if this is redundant, but we had a discussion and an action item at our special meeting last week to where we approved the recommendation to the governor to get basically the thumbs up to enact an order requiring a mandatory mask ordinance. Prior to that meeting, we had gotten an email from you that kind of went over the data regarding infections and positive cases. And you had indicated that technically we met the criteria to go green. My question is has that changed? if not, you know, how long, and this is speculating as we have been, you know, can we anticipate, assuming this order passes, which I'm assuming it will, you know, can we expect to parallel that with yellow? Or if, you know, if we do go green and the numbers, you know, at least 2 weeks ago supported that, I know a lot of the public, I'm getting, you know, they're saying we're getting mixed messages because it looks like the numbers are good and we can advance to green, but yet it feels like we're trying to dig our heels in, and this mandatory mask order is being, you know, understood by folks as a means to kind of, you know, it's just kind of conflicting, I guess, with that previous understanding that there's the potential to go green because of the data is actually was communicated to us by you in your email as good news. So to clarify, like, has that changed? I mean, do we still meet the criteria to go green?
Yes, technically Grand County still does meet that, even with the little surge that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. And I certainly understand kind of the confusing messages, but one way to perhaps clarify that is that this, in really for all intents and purposes, is an effort to remain open to the greatest degree and to continue to open. So as we protect the citizens, the visitors to the area through increased face covering use, that the intent is to keep transmission down, keep people out of the hospital, which is we've been successful with thus far, so that we can continue to progress and you know, open further. Each time we open further, so to speak, maybe it's better to say, put less restrictions on business and social activities. Each time we do that, the risk increases. So the risk of transmission increases. So if we then mitigate that with you know, a higher percentage of people that are covering their face, that are washing their hands, that really allows that progression to continue and not have to regress and to go, you know, to orange or back to red. So though it seems counterintuitive, really increased protections go along with that green risk level, or the new normal risk level. As far as paralleling them, I don't think they're necessarily married together. I don't think, you know, this particular order runs through August 15th or 18th. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's maybe the 18th. But the council would have the opportunity well before that to say, you know, our hospital is still prepared. We are not seeing hospitalizations. Perhaps the number of cases that we see decreases. And so certainly the council would have the opportunity to request that things change and go to green before the end of this order. But if that happens, I would still certainly recommend that, you know, we promote face covering use and that this order, if it passes, remain in place. And at least through the end of this first proposed time period.
It will remain in effect until August 20th. Any further questions of Brady? Is your hand up, Roy? Okay, Rory, your hand's up. Okay, Rory, go ahead.
Just a couple clarifications, Braden. My thing is I'm kind of concerned about the people that are coming to town that don't quite understand. And it seems like we're having letters going around town kind of threatening people. And so I'm really concerned that this is just set precedents to just go around threatening people. And I'm really concerned for those people that are coming to our area. Maybe you could just kind of go over our rules and what the laws are going to be, like who's going to take control of when there is a problem, the sheriffs, the police, what do we do? That's what I'm just wondering. And then Mary, also, some people or some citizens are asking if they can make comments and how.
Well, let me
Let
weigh
me
in
hear-
on the enforcement piece quickly, and Brady certainly can weigh in if he wants to as well. We didn't include any special enforcement provisions in the order, you will notice. The health code, Title 26A in particular, will control here. And we can cite people as a Class B misdemeanor for failure to comply, but that is not the point of this order. This order is about education, and it's about keeping Moab open, and it's about emphasizing the fact that masks will help us do that. So there's not an intention to go around citing people. And the way I see the enforcement piece or more education piece working is there would be some role for the health department, similar to what we did before, going back to March, where there'd be some education of businesses. There is a requirement in here that businesses need to post a sign near or outside of the entrance to their business, and the health department would work with the businesses to create that sign. And there'd be some education component of the health department. In terms of the sheriff's office and the police, and I've talked with them, and even the troopers, UHP has reached out to me, and the information I'm giving them is you absolutely have the ability to cite if there is someone unruly and difficult, along with likely other citations, some sort of, disruption type charge. So disorderly conduct type charge. So that would be used only in extreme circumstances. I think that, making sure we have masks to provide, and it's my understanding we're working on another big distribution of masks from the state, is a component that will help this be successful. I'm actually in Washington State this week and working remotely from here, and there's a statewide mandatory mask order here. The community I'm in right now is somewhat similar dynamics and somewhat division of conservatives and progressives and folks that have opinions on masks, and I haven't seen any issues. There's not 100% compliance, but there's a whole lot of mask wearing here, and I think that it's a good thing for Moab.
Yeah.
And I see Elaine has popped in. Elaine, do you have an update on getting more masks from the state for distribution?
Yes, I had 75,000 masks delivered last week, and I brought, I want to say 10,000 over to the Moab mailing center. I replenished that last week. Now they're the procedure masks. They're the blue ones, not the white ones that we had, but they're still a mask. And then I did give I think 4,000 to the Arches National Park as they're going to start tours. So I gave them some. So I did a count. I have about 55,000 masks sitting in the back in the warehouse here.
Thank you, Elaine.
I'll just
Do we
echo.
have,
Sorry, just to follow up on Christina's comment, just that, there is a lot of publicity surrounding the conflicts that occasionally happen, but for those areas that have implemented this already in Utah, they've seen high degrees of compliance and not had really to any significant extent conflicts. From a health department standpoint, again, we will focus on education. The sign that so far we have is very simple and just says, for your safety, you're required to wear a mask in this establishment. Is very similar to that. wording. And that's right now the extent of it. It's just to highlight the fact that we're in a vulnerable place and we want to stay open. And this is one way to do it.
This is what they look like.
Thank you. Thank you, Brady. Do we have any more questions from the council?
Yeah, just a quick one, another quick one for Braden. Is there any plan, are there any plans by the health department to, or even the capacity to pursue potentially with UDOT or in some other form, a ban, some sort of banner, some sort of roadside banner that would notify folks as they drive into town what's going on here?
UDOT in the past has not been helpful to Grand County, so I don't think that will work. But I do think it's important we get press out and we do a big press push if this passes.
I believe the county owns some road signs, and years past when there were fire bans in effect, we had some signs up highlighting fire bans in the area. So we might be able to track them.
I did ask UDOT about putting signs north and south, but they said the governor didn't want that to happen because I said if the face coverings are mandatory, that we should alert people that are visiting here. But right now, they won't permit that. But I know Chris has reached out to the road department, and I think Bill said that the sheriff's department has those signs. So depending on if it is mandatory, it would really be good to have those signs up. And we're also putting that information out in a major way on our social media pages. If you go to our website, you'll see a lot of pictures with local residents and people that are wearing masks here in Moab. So we're trying to make people feel a little more comfortable about face coverings.
Thank you, Elaine. I want to ask the county council and such a question. Rory mentioned that there were some people that wanted to say something. It is 6 o'clock. We do not have a motion on the floor as of yet. Is there any objection to opening up the public comment period, citizens to be heard, and then take a vote afterwards? Do we, or ask for a motion afterwards and then go into a vote? Is there, yes,
Mary?
Greg?
Yeah,
Yes.
I would just like to say that we need to limit the comments to 3 minutes.
Oh, yes, we need to, I was thinking 2 minutes. I was
No,
thinking
2
2 minutes.
2 minutes is fine.
Yes, Curtis, what did you want to say, Curtis?
Well, since it's 6 o'clock, we should open it up for public comment before we have a motion on the floor. And
Yeah,
then,
that's what I was thinking.
okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm supportive of that.
Is anyone opposed? It is 6 o'clock. We are opening up to public comment. I want to read off the number because I was given information that some people can't get it on the website. So I will repeat it. I will say it. The number is 669-900-6853. ID 885-427-36299. Number. Password 622813. If needed. I will open up this to citizens to be heard. I do have some guidelines, is that I expect the citizens to be polite and respectful to the county council and to limit their time to talking between 2 and 3 minutes. Thank you. Do we have any citizens to be heard? Yes, Jeff.
So my I manage one of the tire stores here in town, and the question that I have is more of a health thing for my guys. It's 100 degrees. My guys, anybody that's been to my tire store knows that we are crazy busy. My guys are running around. My concern is with that mask, they're barely able to do what they need to do now. Where is that going to be? I mean, is there going to be some guidelines to help me make part of my shop not public so my guys can work inside that shop, social distance, and not have to wear that mask? I mean, because there's some conflicting things that I have to follow through OSHA. A known hazard is heat exhaustion that I have to be concerned about. And in that right now is at the forefront. It's 100 degrees where I live. So I have some concerns there. I also have some concerns with the way that the wording is on that he mentioned. It said that in this establishment that is required to wear, or in this business, it's required to wear a mask. That kind of puts a little bit of responsibility on me. And that is not my job, is to maintain that. My question is, why can't that sign just say it is a mandate from the county and a mandate from the local health department, to where if that citizen chooses to comply with that, that's his problem. That's his business. Whereas if they say it's required in this business, then I have to deal with it. You see what I'm saying? And I don't feel that that's the public's responsibility is to handle that.
I don't want to weigh in on all these, but Jeff, I have comments on both of yours. As to your sign, it will actually say exactly what you wanted to say. And that's what the mask order says, that it has to say that per this order, it's mandatory to wear a mask, and it's not your obligation to enforce it. So that's
Okay.
that. And then also in terms of your guys, the order also says a couple of things that are responsive. One, if you work alone, you don't have to wear a mask. And two, you don't have to wear a mask inside if you can maintain 6 feet of distancing from someone at all times. So if you got one guy per car, even two guys per car that can maintain 6 feet from each other, they don't have to wear masks.
So what if they're outside the shop? We do a lot of working outside the shop. Do they still have to wear that mask if it's just by themselves?
No, inside or outside, as long as you can maintain 6 feet from someone consistently, you don't have to wear a mask.
Okay. And I'm not going to be required to enforce that in any way.
No.
Thank you.
Mary?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if Jeff goes to the actual thing on section 4, it talks about everything that he is worried about. Talks about individuals who that would create a risk to the individual related to their work, as determined by the state and federal regulations, that they wouldn't have to wear it. So I think the things that he's talking about are addressed, especially in section 4.
And we appreciate these
Thank you.
questions, Jeff, and that's the role, the health department will help us navigate questions like this from businesses.
Mary? if I
Okay,
may just-
Jason? Curtis, do you want to talk before Jason or after Jason?
Well, I was just gonna say on that subject that Greg, so in section 4.4, I think it should say individuals for whom wearing a face covering or face shield would create a risk to the individual related to their work or activity as determined by local, state, or federal regulators or workplace safety guidelines. Because I don't think that's definitive enough. There's going to be some businesses that, that there's going to be activities related to the work. And so I think if we could just add activity behind work, that would kind of broaden that enough to kind of clarify that. If that makes sense.
If I could kind of speak on that too, that's exactly what, again, thank you for letting me speak, is on 4.4. And if it could be that individuals for whom wearing the face mask or face shield would create a risk to the individual related to their work or activity. Well, I think work describes it as an employee-employer type situation where individual, or if you have activity, for our business, such as river rafting and taking people down river, if someone has a face covering on and they're in Westwater Canyon or something and a boat were to overturn with that face mask on, you know, it could be a health hazard. And it could be a situation where, you know, they're trying to swim and they're basically getting waterboarded, you know, with this mask on. And so I think for safety issues, I would like to see individual related to the work or activity, you know, so that there is that clarification that it's not an employee, you know, that, you know, whereas if it's
It
activity,
extends to clients.
yeah. So that would be my suggestion, or the thing that I see that we would like to see added to that if possible.
So I would recommend the person that makes the motion add those clarifications, because that can certainly
you.
happen. Do you have anything else, Jason? Do we have any other members of the public that would like to talk during this portion of Citizens to be Heard? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mary, I think I could do a motion on this. Some help with some people. I move to approve the Grand County Southeastern Utah Health Department face covering order for Grand County to include a correction to section 4.4, to where it says would create a risk to the individual related to their work and activity as determined by local, state, and federal regulators or workplace safety guidelines.
And I think Jaylyn also wanted something to add, and outdoor.
And outdoor.
In section 3, indoor or outdoor. And the section 4.4 correction should be work or activity. So it's
Yeah,
yes.
or. Yeah.
That sounds good. Okay, is that motion clear? Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Any further discussion? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
All opposed? And where's Rory? I don't see Rory. Is he still here? Is he not here? Okay, motion passes 5-1. Curtis Wells in opposition. Rory Paxman has left the meeting. Thank you. Brady, I can come, Gwen, I will come over right after the meeting and sign the order. Thank you. Approving, we're moving to section G, approving Grand County's pledge to stay safe, to stay open, a statewide campaign to address COVID-19 prevention and recovery while assisting business communities in strengthening the economy. Elaine sent us this information and I was pretty excited about it when I read it, and I went to do the pledge thinking, well, I'll make this pledge, and realized that it's not for individuals to make pledges, it's for businesses and organizations. And I thought, well, this would be a great thing for the Grand County to lead the way and support this initiative of the Chamber of Commerce. So, and Elaine was going to also talk about this. So Elaine, take over.
All right, thank you, Mary, and thank you, Council. Last week I was on a Utah Association of DMOs call, and they talked about the Stay Safe to Stay Open pledge. And it's actually a statewide campaign and talks about meeting the critical imperatives of helping Utah address the health-related objectives to prevent and recover from the coronavirus, while at the same time assisting the business community in an effort to appropriately strengthen our state's economy. Some of you may already be aware of this, but I actually took the pledge for the Travel Council. I went on, it's very simple. It only takes up a few minutes. But what they're asking us to do is if businesses do participate, want to participate, once they take the pledge, they read and take the pledge, they fill out the short form, and then they'll receive an email confirmation with instructions on how to obtain the signage. Once you receive that, you can email, the business can email the Chamber of Commerce. I talked to Lacey Shumway earlier today, and she will be receiving the materials that are available. So a business can display these in their business. It would be an 8.5 by 11 poster, an 8 by 10 cardboard A-frame, 11 by 17 poster, a window cling, and a table topper. And if they don't want those printed materials, they can actually upload the artwork to be able to have it printed on their own. So it's really, the state is trying to come up with this campaign so that no matter what community a visitor or a local goes into, that if businesses have this sort of standardized pledge and it's displayed, I think they're going to feel a little more secure about entering that particular facility. Does anyone have any questions? By the way, the city of Moab has already signed the pledge. I talked to the mayor earlier today. And the criteria is that the guidelines to show care and appreciate customers and to protect our community and our economy. The businesses agree to practice the 7 safe habits as outlined in the Utah Leads Together plan, which is to conduct temperature checks before work and stay at home when sick, wash our hands frequently and avoid touching our face and eyes, practice social distancing, including wearing face coverings in close common areas, learn about high-risk groups and help protect them, cover our mouths when we cough or sneeze, clean high-touch surfaces frequently, and follow public health guidance as updated.
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
That temperature check, does that refer to like a self-assessed temperature check at home before coming?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion then. I move to have Grand County take the Stay Safe to Stay Open pledge.
Second. Mary, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. Sorry, apologize. So the motion was made by Jaylen Hawks. It was seconded by Evan Clapper. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Discussion and approval of a revised letter of support for the Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments grant application for COVID-19 emergency funding for small businesses. Council member Jaylen Hawks.
So this may look familiar. It's because it is. Quite some time ago, the council approved a letter of support for this SEUALG, Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments grant for emergency COVID-19 funding for small businesses. And originally they had to have 10% match money. And so one county wanted to put in 25,000 and that left a balance of approximately 8,300 for the other 3 counties in this association of governments. Since then, they've learned that match money is not required, but the other counties have agreed to provide administrative support money to run the grant. And the county that had originally said they would put in 25,000 is now only putting in 8,300. So that means that the 500,000 available will be able to be distributed more evenly among the counties. However, it is distributed by the AOG, the Association of Local Governments. And so I just really want to encourage Grand County businesses to please apply for that money. I did have a question. You'll notice on the trifold flyer that they provided for the packet materials, it said loans are between 10,000 and 150,000. I wondered if that was a typo, because if one business has $150,000 loan out, then that leaves, that's more than 1/4 of the funding. So that would be that county's entire allocation. And I did clarify with the person who is in charge of this that although the money is that was correct, it was not a typo, but it's very rare to give a loan of that much. They've only done it once in the history of the revolving loan fund program, and that was, I don't know how many years ago, but the next highest loan amount was $90,000, and that's only happened once as well. But the bottom line is they've got 2 years to spend this money to loan it out to businesses. So hopefully that can happen. And with that, I will make a motion to approve the revised letter of support for Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments grant application for COVID-19 emergency funding for small businesses.
Motion by Jalen Hawks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that you, Greg?
No, that was Gabriel.
Oh, okay, Gabriel, I didn't, okay. So seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion.
Just a quick clarification. We had originally, as the agenda summary states, we had originally budgeted that money to come out of the Travel Council Fund balance. I had spoken with Chris, and Travel Council Fund balance is going to be very, very precious. And so he felt like, and maybe he can quickly expound on this, that it might qualify for COVID emergency funding coming to the county because it is supporting economic development. See if I have that right, Chris.
Oh, yeah, possibly. And so part of the authorized expenditures for the CARES Act money that we've received and expect to receive more of is that we'll use it for economic stimulus, economic development, and small business aid. And so this seems to fit right in with that category. And so I would be hopeful that this particular administrative fee could be covered by that CARES Act money under that premise.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or clarification? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We are now to I, adopting a proposed resolution approving Phase 1 final plat of the Peak View subdivision, a high-density housing overlay located at 3640 South Spanish Valley Drive. Mila? Or is it Zachariah? Who's going to take this?
This is Zachariah. I'm going to take this one.
Okay, thank you,
I see-
Zachariah.
I see on my Zoom window that that the host has disabled participant screen sharing, but I would like to share the final plat for those who don't have it up in front of them. And I'm likely referring to the members of the public. Chris, are you the host, or is Mallory the host? Well, while we're waiting for a response there, I'll just go ahead and get started, assuming that.
Hey,
folks have-
Zachariah, this is Mallory. I am working on it. Just 1 second.
No
but if you
problem.
wanna-
Why don't you just, I'm going to bring up a different window on my computer. If you want to just send a note in the chat room when it's enabled, I'll come back in a minute. But I'll go ahead and get us started.
Yeah, hey, Zachariah, you should be able to share. Can you
Okay.
not share?
Yep, there we go. Okay. Okay. Let me zoom out a little bit there. That'll give you the gist. Okay. So I'll leave that up while I am presenting, and then take it off afterwards in advance of council questions and a presentation by the developer. So what you have in front of you is a request for phase 1 final plat approval in the Peak View high density housing overlay subdivision. To jog your memory, the Peak View high density housing overlay was approved in November of 2019, and that overlay approval was approved via ordinance, and that included an approval for the overlay designation of HDHO 10, that's 10 units per acre. It also included a conditional approval of the master plan and development agreement. And so there were several conditions in the ordinance that approved this overlay master plan and development agreement. All of those have been addressed except for one condition of approval that has carried over to this stage of review and approval, and that's with respect to a drainage easement, and we'll discuss that particular issue as we go forward. The original overlay and master plan included 127 lots or units, but as should be obvious at this stage, with the request for only 16 lots of approval, this is just phase 1 of a much larger development. It is very common. It follows the approach that many developers have taken in Grand County. We have one developer and one approved subdivision that's, I think, going on to their 12th phase, and they're still not done. So it is common. This subdivision is required to follow the regulations associated with high density housing overlay districts. That's section 4.7 of the land use code. And so as you can see in the staff report, much of what we have presented to you follows that segment of the land use code. Of course, we also pay attention to the general development standards in Article 6, as well as the subdivision standards of Article 7 in the procedural standards in Article 9. But the vast majority of what we pay attention to with these high density housing overlay subdivisions is compliance with Article 4. I'm not going to run through every line and segment of the relevant code sections. I would just say that staff is satisfied with compliance with the technical elements of the land use code, the design, and so what really makes the review process and and final plat approval process unique for this application is that we have 3 items that we have not reached agreement on with the applicant. And even though, you know, it's the county has approved applications with several conditions in the past, it is ideal when we get to this stage to have, you know, all outstanding issues addressed, and really the county council review of the final plat to be almost a formality. That's not the case with this one. We have, like I said, 3 issues outstanding, namely that includes the easement language for the stormwater drainage infrastructure, and specifically an indemnification clause that the applicant and the owner of land where offsite drainage improvements need to occur are requesting be included in that easement document. And you'll hear from our county attorney as to why the county's position at this stage is that those shouldn't be included. Secondly, there is disagreement on whether or not the applicant should be required to either construct or bond for the portion of Spanish Valley Drive, specifically for the multi-use pathway, at least on the portion of Spanish Valley Drive that has that shares roadway frontage with the proposed phase 1 development. And the third issue is, I'm sorry, was someone talking? Background noise. And the third issue, which is a really big one for our office, having played a lead role in the development of the high density housing overlay ordinance, is that the relevant article, or the relevant section of the code 4.7 states very clearly that that 80% of all lots or units within a high density housing overlay development need to be deed restricted in accordance to the with the standards that are listed in section 4.7. And I think staff and the council were very clear in their legislative intent that that 80% requirement hold across all phases of a development. So, you know, even if you're approved for, let's say, 150 lots or units, but your phase 1 only includes 10, well, then 8 of those 10 units need to be deed restricted in accordance with Article 4.7. In this case, the applicant is requesting to have a final plat approved that dedicates fewer than 80% of the lots or units as HDHO deed restricted units. So those are the 3 primary sticking points that we are facing now. And, you know, for lack of a better phrase, we're at an impasse with the developer in terms of how to move forward on those 3 issues. And the developer has basically requested to bring their case to the county council and have the county council make a decision in light of those 3 disagreements. So at this stage, I think it's probably appropriate for me to hand it over to the county attorney to provide additional context for this final plat review. Although I guess real quickly before I do that, I do want to end on a more positive note, and that is, you know, I've really enjoyed working with Terrell and Jennifer Johnston, the developers behind this project. They were very involved, or at least observant of the high density housing overlay planning process, and they were very eager to utilize the incentives associated with this, and were very forthright in their desire and intentions to provide affordable, accessible housing to people who live and work in Grand County. And so my hope, from my vantage point, is that we can indeed find a resolution and enable this development to go forward. The issues that remain are serious and significant, but my hope is that we find a resolution.
Okay, picking up from there, I'd also like to start and say I do think it's a great project and a great location, but the developers do need to play by the same rules that all the other developers do, and that's the essence of our impasse. I am asking the council to support the Community and Economic Development Department, the county attorney's office, but also our land use code and our county process and procedure up to this point with all other subdivisions. And so the agenda summary is written with a recommended motion that does that approves the form of these documents that have been approved by CED and by me. And the resolution has those same conditions in there. Zachariah talked on the three issues in which we have the impasse. I want to start with the HD8 unit percentage. An HDH development is only essentially what you have platted, because that is the only thing that has approval to be built. Here in addition, so we don't know that there are any future phases. So we need each phase as it's built out to comply with the rules in the HDHO part of the code, section 4.7. Here too, it's quite unique because the owner only has 24 months from approval of the HDHO to get to final plat approval, or the HDHO approvals lapse. And that was something that was well discussed at the time we passed that legislation. So here they were approved in November 2019, and it's been 8 months to get here. I do think with this one, there's a rest line, but regardless, the only surety we have right now is this phase one. And that also applies to the conversation with the Spanish Valley Drive improvements. The final plat that they've provided deed restricts 7 of 16 lots. To meet the 80% requirement, they would need to deed restrict 13 of 16 lots. So the development agreement that you have requires the 80% restriction in phase one. So what we'd be doing today is approving a final plat that needed to be revised to deed restrict additional lots. And that's consistent with, actually, I think it's 4.6. I have written down our 24-month section for the lapse of the approval is 4.6.7F. Similarly with the Spanish Valley Drive improvements, and that includes improvements to the road and also the pathway, we're not requiring that they build it now, but we are requiring that they bond it now, because that bond is our only assurance that they will build it in the future. And so if we don't get the bond now, and this is the only phase that occurs, then we are out all that financial security that would have gone towards their share of the Spanish Valley Drive improvements. And then on the stormwater drainage, this one will get a little technical, but the property you're looking at is just north of Rim Village. And any downstream property has to take historical drainage from upstream properties. So this property is required to take historical drainage off Rim Village. Now, when Rim Village was built out, of course, we went through engineering, and they're required to only discharge onto the Peakview subdivision property that amount that was historically discharged. So that is true, that is taken care of. They're not expected to address all the drainage on Rim Village. And then, so now they're going to create additional drainage issues by developing this property. And then it's the historical drainage off the Rim Village property and their property that we've got to address. So they are proposing to take that water through a detention pond and a drainage easement on their property. And that's what's called the on-site drainage easement, which we'll talk about, under Spanish Valley Drive over to the big field that's over on the other side of the road, which is property owned by one of Jennifer Spears' entities. That drainage infrastructure is not part of our master drainage plan. And I think we've gotten to an impasse with Jennifer Spears on the this indemnification provision in particular. And I think, and even the way the developer has written or their attorney has written the easement language indicates that they think that this drainage, it's not. So and we've had these discussions with their engineers and with their attorneys, but I really can't understand any other explanation for where we are now. Our master drainage plan infrastructure actually stays on the other side, so on the west side of Spanish Valley Drive, where this property is located, and it heads north several properties to capture more drainage from all those properties. And this is our dream infrastructure. It doesn't exist now. And then it would go closer to the four-way stop sign right there at Spanish Valley Drive and whatever that other road is. And then it would go under the road there and make its way all the way to Pat Creek. This doesn't get us to Pat Creek, and it's so far south that it only addresses this Peak View drainage. So it doesn't help us in the bigger picture. If we were asking Jennifer Spears to solve a community issue, that would be different. Indemnification would be up for grabs, but we're not. This is development needs to pay its way, and but for the Peak View subdivision, we would not need this drainage infrastructure. So the provision, and you guys have in your packets, the developer's easement, what they're asking for on this off-site drainage easement, and that's at page 105 in the packet. In the packet, you have a comparison version that's redline, and that shows their red lines to my version of the easement. And then unfortunately, my version of the easement did not get into the packet. I just emailed that to you guys, but I can talk through it. It's not very complicated, that the issues we're fighting about. The indemnification is the big one, and that's at section 6 in their easement. And I'd like to actually read the language to you. And well, let me give you the big picture first, why this matters. What they're asking us to do is indemnify Jennifer Spears, her entity, whatever future owner, it may not be Jennifer Spears, whoever future owner of this property across the street, for any use or operation of drainage facilities. And that is a big, big deal. It's not just whether it would be a defective condition. It could be triggered with any huge flood, right? We're getting more and more 100-year floods, it sure seems like. It could be a 500-year flood event. It could be something where the county has absolutely no negligence and no role. But drainage is so tricky, and flash floods are big in Moab, and there could be damage that owner then comes back seeking. It could be attorney fees. It could be a damage. It could be a ward. It could be something really bad. There could have been loss of life, but the county may have nothing to do with it. If the county did have something to do with it, we have liability under state statute, under state law already. So you hear a lot about governmental immunity. Well, governmental immunity is waived when there's a defect or negligence that's related to capital improvements. So if we screw up in the approval of this thing, if we screw up in the way we maintain this thing in the future, we're going to have liability anyway. So we don't need to expand our risk, expand our liability by contract and an easement that's required to facilitate private development that is not part of a bigger community issue. And that's where we are. Jennifer Spears has provided you with an affidavit saying, if we don't, then we can't get an easement across any of her property ever. I haven't talked with her, and she's a great community partner. And so I'm not really sure why we're here or where that language came from. Again, if we were coming to her and we were trying to negotiate our big master plan drainage infrastructure, indemnification may be something that made sense at that time, but right now for this, it doesn't. And I do just want to read that language to you. And this is on page 112 of your packet. It's in section 6. And it starts out, in consideration of the benefit derived from the granting of this easement, grantee. Now, I want to pause there. In consideration of the benefit derived, we're not deriving a benefit. This is to facilitate private development on private land. Grantee, that's the county, agrees to defend, indemnify, and hold grantor, that's the Spears entity, which I'm not sure how you call it, it's fines, and grantor's property, free and harmless. That means, well, it says what it means, free and harmless from and against all claims, costs, expenses, demands, attorney fees, and disbursements, suits, liabilities, judgments, and damages incurred by grantor, and arising out of grantee's use, construction, maintenance, operation, or reconstruction. Really, really big. That could be a $10,000 judgment. That could be a $7 million judgment. We don't know. The cost to build the infrastructure is in the hundreds of thousands. We don't have a cost estimate from them yet, but I did ask Dave Dillman, our county engineer, and he said it'd be about $200,000 or $300,000 to build this infrastructure, which is no small amount of money. But they've tried to argue that the county would save money by them installing this infrastructure, and that is not correct. So those are the 3 issues. I'm happy to take questions on them. I know that the developer would like to speak as well as to these things. Just keeping in mind that we're asking you to approve the final plat with the conditions that support the CED and the county attorney's position and forms.
Thank you, Christine. Do we have the developers who would like to address the council?
Madam Chairman, oops, looks like we've got. Try. Can you mute yours? I'm getting an echo back. Let's turn this on. Okay, is that, can everyone hear me okay now?
Yes.
Maybe not. This is David Hershey. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Coming in loud and clear.
You got the sound off? Okay, great. First of all, Madam Chair and council members, grateful for the opportunity to make a presentation on behalf of the developers. My name is David Hershey. I'm with the law firm of Hershey, Bear, Clayton in Salt Lake City. We've been working with Jennifer Johnston and Terrell Johnston for some time on this project. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service as council members. I know that this is a lot of work and appreciate all that you do. We have had an opportunity to work with Zachariah and Christina over a variety of issues, and I'm quite pleased with the way the county has approached this and has allowed this development to go forward. I'm very impressed, frankly, with my client's willingness and desire to sort of go beyond even the statutory language of the ordinances in providing this affordable housing and restricted deed housing for your community. I believe that it's something that Grand County needs, and we understand that the council is anxious to get more housing. That said, as was pointed out by both Zachariah and Christina, we do have a few issues, and I'll approach them in the order that Christina presented them rather than Zachariah, because I think that the that the order that Christina brought them to you is probably the order of priority here. First of all, with regards to the 80-20 split, I think the council needs to understand that back in, I believe it was November of 2019, a master plan was developed, was reviewed, and was approved by staff and by the council that basically showed the 80-20 split. That master plan has never changed. And in fact, phase one of that master plan shows exactly the split that we have before you today. That split of restricted versus non-restricted was crucial as our clients prepared for the financing and development of this project. And because they relied upon the approval of the master plan and the development agreement, frankly, that was just changed a few days ago by Christina, Ms. Sloan, to clarify the phasing. But prior to that change, which we, like I say, we only received a few days ago, there was nothing in the development agreement that required the 80-20 split in all phases. In fact, if you look at your ordinance itself, the ordinance says, if the restricted units are developed in phases, then the HDHO units may be developed in proportion to the phasing of the unrestricted units. The term may is really critical here. If it said must or shall, that would be different, but it says may, and it allows the council some discretion here. And we would ask that the council exercise that discretion, especially considering that the developers have voluntarily gone over and above the restrictions contained in the ordinance by not only making the units not only by making the units deed restricted as far as the who can live there, but also restricting the valuation and the sale proceeds from those units, which go to the goals of the ordinance, in addition to the deed restriction that we discussed earlier. So we would ask the council to use its discretion, allow the 80-20 split to be developed over the entire project, and not require it to be done in each and every phase. The council can certainly look at the master plan and see that the requirements have been met once the project is fully developed. The second point that was raised by Ms. Sloan was the bonding of the improvements of the pathway and Spanish Valley Drive widening. Again, this is something that came up relatively late in our discussions. Our clients and their engineers and we have known about the requirement generally for some time. However, back in May of 2020, we received a final approval from the county engineer of the construction plans and the opinion of probable costs for the development. Nothing was stated in that approval by Mr. Gilman concerning the widening of Spanish Valley Drive or the pathway. Again, our clients relied on Mr. Gilman's approval of the OPC and the construction drawings to get their financing. And now at this late date, and I will tell you about a week ago, we received an email from Ms. Sloan basically saying, oh, and don't forget you have to widen all of Spanish Valley Drive and you need to do this pathway, or at least you need to bond for it. Up until then, our clients had been under the impression that they were not going to be required to do that work until later phases. One of the reasons it has taken this project 8 months to get before this council in a final plat version is the fact that we keep getting different signals from staff and from the county attorney on what's required and what isn't required. And in this particular case, our clients went out and they basically obtained their financing in reliance on the approval that we received from Mr. Dillman on May 5th, 2020. Now to go back and have to do another bond for this development that is not proportional to the impact of phase one is, well, I can't use a different word. It's basically an illegal exaction. It's not proportional and shouldn't be required. Now, going to phase three, or item three, issue three, and that's the drainage issue. What the county has suggested is that, or what Ms. Sloan is suggesting, and I guess Zachariah to an extent, is that this is all a problem created by Peakview development in the Peakview project. That's simply not the case. We have two subdivisions that feed water into the Peakview subdivision. Before those subdivisions were created, the drainage from the natural historic drainage fanned out over areas that are now the two subdivisions, Rim Village and Rim Village Vistas. When those subdivisions were approved by the county, those subdivisions then channeled the water to where it now flows into the Peakview property. It never did that before. Now that Peakview is accepting that water, it is funneling that water down through Peakview, but it's really solving part of the county's master plan, master drainage plan, by utilizing channeling through Peakview subdivision and then fanning the water over the Gruss property, or the property owned by Jennifer Spears and her company. Our clients approached Ms. Spears to ask for an opportunity to do the fan drainage over her property. She was assured by the Johnstons that there would be no liability on her part for doing that the county would be responsible for building it and protecting her interests. And that has, on that basis, we put language into this easement agreement that provided an indemnification for Ms. Spears and her company for any damages that might be caused to her or any costs incurred by her as a result of a failure of the system that the county is responsible to build. It's clear in the subdivision, it's clear in the offsite easement agreement that the county is responsible for the construction and operation of that drainage system once it leaves the Peakview property. It's also clear from the statute that, and this was pointed out by Ms. Sloan, that there are some liabilities that the county has. But I think that the statement by Ms. Sloan is a little bit misleading. The code basically says that a government entity and its officers and employees are immune from suit, and immunity is not waived for any injury if the injury arises out of or in connection with or results from a latent, dangerous, or latent defective condition of any highway, road, street, alley, crosswalk, sidewalk, culvert, tunnel, bridge, or viaduct. In other words, the governmental immunity does apply to all latent conditions. Latent conditions are basically conditions that you cannot see. And with a buried culvert and a buried drainage system going into the Gruss property, those conditions are all by definition latent. The governmental immunity law in the state of Utah basically creates an immunity for the county on those items. Even defective, unsafe, and dangerous conditions created by the county. If you look at the statute that deals with defective and unsafe and dangerous conditions, it is subject to the governmental immunity statute. So to state that there is some sort of statutory liability that the county has for latent defects is simply not true. And Gruss is now liable then for any damages that is sustained on its property, whether it was the county's fault or otherwise. We believe that that's unfair. And we would argue that the immunity provision that we have placed in the easement is appropriate, since this is a project that does benefit the county. It does benefit Rim Village. It does benefit Rim Village Vistas, none of whom have really paid for any of the difficulties that we're now facing. Peakview is willing to accept responsibility for channeling that water down, getting it across the road, but we would require that the county at least bear its share of responsibility for its negligent acts. And that's really all we're asking for here. At one point in time, we had limited it to county acts of county employees. We had offered that up as a solution to the problem, and that was rejected by Ms. Sloan. So in summary, then we have three issues. The first issue, the 80-20 split. The county certainly has its discretion with the word may in its ordinance. It can require that, or it can allow that to be done in future phases. We would ask the county to exercise its discretion. Secondly, with regard to the bonding the entire pathway and Spanish Valley Drive widening at this point in time, and not only is it financially virtually impossible to do for our clients, and may very well disrupt the project going forward, but it's not proportional to the impact that phase one has. And lastly, we believe that the county, by requiring this drainage over the Gruss property, should be willing to take responsibility for its own actions.
Thanks, David. I'd like to just respond quickly to those comments. I know there's a lot of information for the council to handle. You do have the master plan in the packet. You'll see that it doesn't show phasing. So at least at the point that they were getting approval for the HDHO development in itself, I was not aware if there was a phasing plan. I can't speak for CED, but you'll notice it doesn't show phasing. So there's nothing inconsistent with our position now versus our position November 2019. The development agreement, so if you'll remember, my mom passed away last year and her memorial was in November, and I missed this meeting and I was not able to review these documents. And so you guys passed an ordinance subject to review of the county attorney of the development agreement. Admittedly, I did not pick that back up again until recently. And so the development agreement was not finalized, and the applicant had notice of that in November. Same thing with the Spanish Valley Drive improvements. The applicant has known always that they were responsible for that, which is why they're included in the construction plans. And typically you would always include your opinion of probable cost for all of the required improvements in the construction plans. And admittedly, Dave kept thinking that was coming and didn't see it, and then brought it up recently. And I was the messenger that the OPC for the Spanish Valley Drive improvements, which were included in the construction plans, have not been provided. And then as for the indemnification and the waiver, David referred to the wrong section. So the section that I'm relying on is 63G-7-301-2H. And it actually says that the immunity that's provided elsewhere is waived as to an injury caused by any defective, unsafe, or dangerous condition of any highway, road, street, alley, crosswalk, sidewalk, culvert, tunnel, bridge, viaduct, or other structure located thereon, or any defective or dangerous condition of any other public improvements. So there's a whole lot of protection in statute. Of course, the owner of an easement on burdened property, in my opinion, doesn't have a lot of risk and exposure anyway, unless they're aware of a serious and dangerous condition that they don't do anything about. And typically the deeper pocket, being the county who owns the easement, is going to be sued anyway. So again, I don't understand why we're here with this indemnification fight, but it's a very important one, and it's one we don't want to set a precedent on, and it is not in the county's best interest to provide indemnification on an easement that benefits private development.
I will just note that CED staff has been aware of the developer's interest to phase their project. That there's no problem with phasing a large subdivision, but the approval of a master plan doesn't actually contemplate phasing because people's phases change over time. So we don't have a problem with what somebody wants to include in any particular phase. We just review it in accordance with the county's standards. But the county is never committing itself to approving a specific phasing plan because you're just approving preliminary plats and final plats as they come to you. And in this case, the master plan doesn't explicitly state a phasing plan anyways. So, that's just additional context for that specific issue.
Is there anyone else that feels they need to weigh in or give the county council more information?
This is Jeff Pillis with Set Engineering. We're the civil engineers on the project. I think there's been some misunderstanding about how this drainage originates and how it gets conveyed to the subject property. I think that it's been lost to history, and no one did anything wrong. This is all per code. Everyone upstream has done a good job. They've done what they were told to do, and they've met the code. But the fact of drainage is, especially in areas where you have sandy, highly porous soil, is that if you dump a lot of water out onto a sandy desert, it tends to spread out, soak in, flow subsurface. And that's what had historically happened before Highway 191 went in, for instance. Most of this drainage originates up on the cliffs, up in the rocks on the west rim. And it was concentrated when Highway 191 put the culvert in, which discharged onto the Rim Vista property. It used to fan out onto the Rim Vista property, at least as far as we can tell from historic photographs, that it did fan out and flow subsurface on the Rim Vista property. When Rim Vista was developed in Rim Village, they did what they were supposed to do, and that is the fair thing is to convey offsite drainage through the property at historic rates, then detain your on-site drainage to whatever the code says at the time. Right now it's 0.03 CFS per acre. So you detain your on-site stuff substantially, but the off-site stuff is allowed to be conveyed through via channels. But when you go from a sandy desert to a drainage channel through Rim Vista, it does increase the downstream discharge to the Peakview property now. So they've kind of kicked the can down the road. And again, they didn't do anything wrong. This is what happens when desert gets developed, but it does increase the downstream stormwater discharge. So that's exactly what happened to Peakview. Peakview happens to be the current downstream, most downstream property. So it was allowed to fan out on the Peakview property. It was soaked in, and then it never, except for major storm events, would ever flow down Spanish Valley Drive. So what this development is doing now is the same thing. It's taking upstream property or upstream drainage, conveying it through the property in a channel, completely by code. They're detaining their on-site stuff, on-site drainage, then combining the two and discharging it downstream. I believe they've gone the extra mile in providing a downstream property with an easement now to allow this historic drainage to soak in on a piece of property that is theoretically protected. So it can allow this drainage to soak in perpetuity, hopefully. I think they're doing their part. And what I think the developer wants to do is say, hey, county, how about doing your part and just protecting us by allowing us to discharge this piece of property and grant the landowner indemnity?
I have a question. I have a question for Christina, just briefly. What code section did you just refer to with regard to immunity?
63G-7-301 2H.
And that's the one that says that the county is immune from any latent defects?
The waiver of immunity, the immunity is waived as, no, sorry, the section you referred to with the latent defects refers to my section that says immunity is waived as to these public improvements.
Right. That's right. And the lead into the provision that says a defective, unsafe, or dangerous condition of any highway or any other public improvement, summarizing, is subject to 63G 72013, which is the limitation referring to governmental immunity. So it is made subject to the governmental immunity clause with respect to latent defects. And the point I was trying to make is that virtually anything underground is a latent defect. You can't see it.
I don't read them as doing that. And your section is addressing, well, I don't read them as doing that.
Okay. Understood. Yeah, you want to, West Felice, an associate of mine, just has a quick question and some information that may be helpful to the council.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to kind of just talk to briefly. Sorry, did you? Just wanted to kind of talk briefly. I apologize. Sorry, my apologies. I just wanted to talk briefly. We've talked kind of about how this benefits the county.
I can't hear you, Wesley.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think one of the concerns I have and we have regarding this development is how it does benefit the county. And I just want to talk briefly to how this development specifically benefits Grand County. So the Spanish Valley Stormwater Drainage Master Plan includes, as Christina talked about, a trunk line that runs from Peakview to the Peakview development down Spanish Valley Drive to Pack Creek, where it eventually empties off all of this water drainage. And when they did that, when the engineers that developed that plan put that together, they classified the drainage issues in the area as one of the highest in the county. And they included in that an estimated cost for that trunk line is almost $2.1 million. Now, I think the county attorney's position is that while we are technically a localized solution, we're only taking care of the water after it leaves our property and goes over to the Spears property, and it doesn't benefit the other individuals that would be benefited by the trunk line. I think the point of information that's important to remember at this point is that 96% of the water conveyed by that trunk line is getting conveyed onto the Spears property, or 94%, excuse me. I think that's so if you look at the actual how much drainage it is, it's 435 of the 460 CFS that is supposed to carry is being taken care of by this plan. And so our point is that because of this localized solution, a trunk line that carries 430 CFS of water is no longer necessary. You only have that 6% left to deal with after this plan is taken into consideration. And so as far as this is regarding as how it benefits the county, is it requires the county to not have to go to the extreme efforts to try to fix this problem that starts up the hillside and comes down into the Rim Village and Rim Village Vistas subdivisions, and then into Peakview and then up the road. But it resolves 94% of the issue. And I think that is why, in our perspective, from our perspective and from the engineer's perspective, this benefits the county, not just a single developer. Thank you.
We agree 100% with that, Wesley. Thanks for pointing that out. In fact, that's something else we wanted to mention, that I think this does resolve some of the substantial portion of the county's issues in this area.
Zachariah, chime in. We're not engineers. Dave is not here, but I did talk to him about Wesley's argument, and Dave said we don't know that, and that he disagreed with that premise. And we still need potentially, and again, the county isn't going to pay $2 million for the storm line drain. Development will pay for it as it gets built out. But he said at this point, we don't know that, and we don't know what the continuation of the line would cost us at this point. So we don't know what any savings are to the county as a whole, but of course the county will be actually making those payments anyway.
And I don't have anything to add on the technical nature of Wesley and Jeff's comments, but just to reiterate that we typically defer to the county engineer on these matters because he is a licensed professional engineer that the county is contracted with to make judgment calls on this, and not holding a PE. I don't feel comfortable opining on the technical nature of the engineering requirements. Now I can speak that language and understand the conversation and facilitate conversation and translate as needed, but when it comes down to this, I only feel comfortable deferring to the county's contracted professional engineer.
Does the council have some questions?
I was just, it seems rare to me to approve a final plat with so many conditions attached to it. And I wonder if now is the time to make any kind of approvals, or if we need to figure this stuff out and iron it out beforehand.
Well, we've been trying to do that for 8 months now, and it's not working. And what I believe is happening is that David wants a final decision so they can appeal that decision in court or decide, where they're going to go with this development. And
Sure.
this approval will give them that final decision.
Well, I definitely believe that any kind of development should pay its own way. I think it's unreasonable to I don't think the benefit that's gained to the community is worth taxpayer investment and drainage stuff. I really don't like the idea of the county taking on more liability for this stuff, so I don't feel like we should be signing any of that away. And with the ups and downs of the market, building out in phases, I think that the HDHO that was granted was generous to a degree, and that if people want to develop that that should be a priority, and that it should be applied to all phases of the development. So I would be willing to pass this plat with the conditions outlined in the agenda summary, but I'm also happy to wait and figure that stuff out ahead of time so there's not all these hanging things before approval.
So I have a couple of
Thank you, Evan.
And I'd like
Yes,
to add
Jalen.
something as well after Councilmember Hawks.
Go ahead, Zachariah.
Okay, so, I just want to, bring everyone's attention back to the code section related to the 80% set aside and the phasing. And I'll just read this code section. It's from 4.7.5B11. Construction timing. The HDHO units shall be ready for occupancy no later than the date of the initial or temporary occupancy of any unrestricted units within the development or applicable phase thereof. If the unrestricted units are developed in phases, then the HDHO units may be developed in proportion to the phasing of the unrestricted units. For example, for each unrestricted unit constructed, at least 4 HDHO units shall be constructed. So, my interpretation of that, and having been intimately involved with the drafting of this ordinance and having facilitated all of the planning meetings that ultimately led to the adoption of this ordinance. The second sentence where the may occurs, the intent there is to say, hey, if you want to develop in phases, we're not going to require you to build all of the HDHO units that you've said you will build at full build out. You can build those in phases. And the last sentence further clarifies how that would work in the phasing. And that is where you do see an instance of shall. So it says, for example, for each unrestricted unit constructed, at least 4 HDHO units shall be constructed. That maintains the 80% ratio in all phases, regardless of how many units somebody includes in a particular phase. So, I think many of you were there throughout the adoption process, and so I think that you can probably underscore the legislative intent to make sure that these HDHO developments had that proportional split of restricted versus unrestricted units. So that's all I have to add.
May I respond to that? This is Dave Hershey. The point that you're making, Zachariah, is a good one, and I think it should be something that the council considers in the approval of this plat, because there are 2 phases. There's approval of the plat, and then there's the issuance of building permits. Building permits can be further conditioned based on the 80-20 split, such that the plat could be approved, but in order to get building permits, additional HDHO units or lots would need to be approved in order for building permits to be issued in phase 1. So there is a way to resolve this through the building permit process, as opposed to making a condition to the final plat for phase 1.
So David, you're saying in phase 1, you would later deed restrict additional lots?
No, I think he's saying that they couldn't pull building permits for all of the lots approved in the phase 1 plat until additional lots or units were approved in subsequent phases. But the challenge that arises when you go that route is that there's a discrepancy between the plat and any individual lot that is trying to pull a building permit. And having been involved in the process of reviewing building permits, the likelihood of something getting missed there is quite high.
And we can't create lots that aren't buildable. No. That's a mess. No. It's a no for me.
Jalen?
Yes. So I was deeply involved in that whole process, and I do know what the legislative intent of that is. I think the word may is a little bit unfortunate, but Zachariah has explained that to my satisfaction. I do know that the legislative intent was for all of the units to be built, well, for the affordable units to be built in proportion with the 80% total. So for me, that's not a question, not really negotiable. I do have 2 questions. First of all, on the bonding for the Spanish Valley Pathway, are we asking them to bond for the entire length of their property or just the portion that they are currently building? Okay. So this phase, not the whole, okay. That seems reasonable to me as well. The third one, the drainage issue. So help me understand what the options are if the developers chose to not go under the road and instead follow the trunk line. I'm not an engineer.
That would be more expensive, Jalen. This is a cheaper
For the
override
developers. Okay,
for them.
okay.
And
Those are my
I mean,
questions.
I just want to say that, you know, I don't think any of us are prepared. I mean, I'm sure that the developers, engineers could offer a response to that, but since we don't have Dave Dillman here, I'm hesitant to get into a he said, she said approach. I would just say that it would result in a different drainage design. Of course, there are going to be cost implications of that, but that's not the drainage design that was reviewed. So, meaning like an alternative drainage design that aligned with the county's current storm drain master plan. And so I don't know that that is easy to talk about today.
So if 94% of the drainage is being passed under the road and fanned out onto the Spears property, the other downstream properties won't have nearly as much water to take care of. Is that what I'm to understand?
That's their argument. That's their argument, and Dave would not agree to that. And we don't have Dave here to talk about it. So I don't feel like we can.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to make a comment. We actually did have a conversation where we were all involved, and Dave Dillman was on the call, and he did confirm those statements. I've got the phone call recorded where Dave Dillman did confirm that this drainage does alleviate the majority of the drainage proposed by the Spanish Valley Drainage Master Plan.
I certainly don't remember that call, and I just talked with him about this.
I'm happy to play it back. I'm happy to provide it to anybody who wants to hear it.
So my final comment is, I really, it doesn't feel like the county, and I might not feel this way, except as you all know, my husband was helping his 86-year-old mother do a very, very simple 4-unit or something like that, HDHO, solely for the purpose that she could subdivide her land and give it to her, you know, let her grandchildren, posterity benefit from it. Very, very simple thing. It has taken a long time, and it's felt, I've tried to stay out of it because of the obvious conflict, but I have observed what Steve has gone through, and it doesn't feel like a very friendly process to me. I think when we have developers that are trying to create affordable housing, that we should all be on the same team and try to help that along rather than be, you know, rather than have it feel like it's an oppositional process. So I will say that I appreciate these developers. I want to work something out because this is an important project. So those are my comments. And it might be helpful if we started with the easiest thing and talked about it, see how council feels about it, and move on to the other two.
And I would just like to state that, here you are in the 11th hour, and we're talking about these 3, issues where we've reached an impasse, it seems, but that certainly masks all of the, goodwill and collaboration and partnership that it took to get here. And many times developers walk away from a process sour because it just turns out differently than they wanted, and it's harder and it's time, takes more time. But, my hope is that everyone acknowledges we want this development to happen. It's not a function of maybe not everybody, but staff has certainly been supportive and encouraging and very positive about this development. And I hope that, these 3 issues don't overshadow that.
If I may, simplify it a little bit, I'm happy to give on the 80-20. We can revise our phase one. We could have it done, correct me if I'm wrong, engineers, in a day and resubmitted. I'm happy to give on that. I'm not gonna let this project go away over that. It's simple. So we can go ahead and just take that right off the table.
Well, that was easy.
One, probably the next easiest one is to talk about the Spanish Valley Drive and the pathway.
We'll do phase one portion, right?
The way it was presented in the staff report, it was clear that it was just on the phase one portion. The way it was presented in the resolution, it appears to be for the entire project. So if we can have clarification on that, so that we're only dealing with the phase one project, Jennifer, I'll let you weigh in on it, but that gets us much closer.
That would be my recommendation to the county council. There's no reason to require it on frontage that isn't touched by phase one.
And we can agree to that. We're happy to agree to that.
So that leaves one issue, and that's whether the county is willing to indemnify Gruss and Miss Spears for its use of her property. And I don't know if she's on the call, Miss Spears is on the call, or
yes,
not.
she is. She's on the call. I see her name anyway.
I don't know if she'd like to weigh in on that, but we have an affidavit from her that basically says that she won't grant the easement unless we have the liability issue resolved.
Can I make a statement on the drainage issue just really quickly?
Yes.
Yes. And again, engineers, please correct me if I'm wrong. This is the way that I understand it. And it hasn't been laid out quite this simply yet to everybody. The Grand County, I don't even off the top, the master plan, the project that was designed and proposed for Grand County to develop on their own does call for the drainage to go, I don't even know how far down Spanish Valley, and then it would go across another property where it would then reach Pat Creek. Essentially, the drainage that we have proposed, that we have voluntarily offered to construct out of our own pocket at no cost to the county, eliminates the necessity for Grand County to ever even develop the drainage as per their master plan, essentially saving the county $2 million plus. On top of that, the drainage that we are putting in will, at the end of this project, will be dedicated to the county. It will become the county's drainage, which is why we are asking for an indemnity for the property owner. Because if it's Grand County's drainage and Grand County's easement, it only makes sense to us that Grand County be responsible for their own facilities, not the property owner. That is why, that's where all of this comes from. And it's, in our minds, it's pretty simple. So I don't, again, if the engineers, if somebody wants to speak up and correct me, or if somebody has a question, I'm happy to be corrected.
I think that one way to think about this is drainage is complicated for people, but it's not that different from the roadway context. And so, yeah, we have a master plan, we have a transportation plan. We don't build out those roads. We, as developments occur in the county, we require the developers to grant the right-of-ways and to improve those portions of the roadway. And we do not give indemnifications of what might happen on that roadway. And we allow state statute to control. And drainage is exactly the same thing. Seems a little harder, I think, sometimes to wrap our heads around it, but it's exactly the same thing. This is a localized solution. It is not this infrastructure you keep talking about that's, or you guys keep hearing about, that's the $2.1 million project. We don't know what the rest of that line would cost. We don't know how much water is going in it. And this localized solution doesn't address properties to the north, and it doesn't get us to Pat Creek. So just like we wouldn't give people indemnification on a roadway, we never have. And as far as I know, we have never given indemnification in this situation to facilitate private development, and certainly not since I've been in office.
You know,
I think you guys have heard enough. I think we need to move forward to hear more from the council and move to a decision.
Yes, I'm,
Sure, if you want.
it's difficult without having our county engineer there.
I
But
did
Jennifer
ask
says
him-
she
I did
has,
ask him to show up, but he's not here.
but Jennifer says she has a tape where he says that this would work. Correct, Jennifer?
I do. We've been working on resolving this issue for such a long time, and we finally, a few weeks ago, were able to get everybody on a call. Our attorneys, our engineers, Christina, and Dave Dillman was on that call, and we basically made the statement of, you know, we're just trying to clear up, does this drainage do what we think it does? And Jeff Pillis made a statement, and Dave Dillman said, I think we can all agree to that. So I thought we were all in agreement, and we moved past it, and here we are again. So I'm just not, yeah.
Other council members? Gabriel?
Yeah. It's still, without seeing something as a direct, that I can confirm as a direct statement from the county engineer, you know, I respect the intent, and I'm following everything that's going on here, but I can't just make a decision tonight without that statement in front of me. I'm not willing to do that, especially with the ramifications that our attorney has laid out with regards to the precedent being set.
That's the problem. They're not going to give us a decision. They're going to delay it again.
Yeah.
So we finally get to council and they're going to delay it again.
So we should point out that the drainage being piped to Pack Creek is not necessarily the goal. It's to prevent downstream flooding. So the solution, while less expensive than $2.1 million in major pipelines to the creek, this design solution, with the opportunity provided by Jennifer Spears to allow us to infiltrate this water on her property, recharges groundwater in the valley. It does more than discharging this water to the creek to let it flow downstream. It's a fairly elegant solution to the drainage problems that existed. And it does, in my opinion, as an engineer, alleviate the need for 95% of the cost that would have been necessary to fix the drainage solutions in the future, if they were ever a development in the future willing to pay $2 million to the county to build it.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Yes.
And before I make that motion would include a lot of conditions, and I would like the county's attorney's opinion if those conditions could be referenced or if they should be read into the record.
Since it's in the packet, I'm okay with you referencing the conditions and the agenda summary or the resolution. We do need to revise number 3 that relates to the Spanish Valley Drive improvements to refer specifically to the required improvements for phase 1 for the Spanish Valley Drive, blah, blah, blah. So that's the only change that I've heard that we've agreed to tonight.
Madam Chair, I would move to adopt the proposed resolution approving the phase 1 final plat of the Peakview subdivision, HDHO development, conditioned upon the 5 conditions outlined in the agenda summary, with changes to number 3 outlined by the county attorney.
I personally feel that the Johnsons have been, is there a second? Excuse me. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Gabriel Wojcik. Discussion. This is really, I feel like the Johnsons have been above board on everything. And if Jennifer says that our county attorney says this is a good solution to the drainage issue, I would like to have this approved upon hearing that, having him make that statement on record.
But
Because I totally believe Jennifer is correct in what she's saying, because I've not noted, because of their track record's been so good about working and with us. And I'm really disappointed. Evan?
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I think the
Go
thing
ahead.
with accepting that drainage plan hinges on the county taking on more liability, and I don't think that that's wise for our taxpayers to take on that additional liability. So if I'm missing something there, that's fine. But for me, it's not so much about where the water's running, but the agreements that are being making of who's responsible or who's on the hook if something goes bad.
And our engineer has
Okay.
approved these improvements as required, because but for the subdivision, we wouldn't need these improvements.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
that's the
why-
big thing for me. If this development wasn't going in, we wouldn't be talking about any of this. So the only reason that we're discussing this is for the benefit of the development.
Other comments? Other council members?
Outside, folks. We're litigating this in a public meeting. And so essentially, Evan just made a motion and it was seconded by Gabriel that is a recommended motion as it's included in the packet, correct?
Can I interrupt for 1 second? This is James Bassetti.
Now,
we have made the motion, and so now at this point, according to Robert's rules, we have to stick with the council. I'm sorry, James. Okay, Curtis, go ahead.
There were some minor tweaks about the phased or widening of Spanish Valley in the pathway, but other than that, it was as presented in the packet.
And, okay, but the progress made on the call is the 80% requirement. We've checked that box, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
But the
And so-
condition still needs to be there, but yes, they've agreed to it.
Yeah, and so the developer, it would be helpful if they were looking at this recommended motion in the packet too, so we're not just kind of loosely talking about these issues. It would help the council to kind of understand more or less, what specific issues they have with the motion as it's recommended as of right now, given that we've gotten some clarity on the 80% requirement. Looks like Zachariah is sharing his screen.
Well, and the issue now is this third issue on the offsite stormwater drainage easement. And this is 1D
Yeah,
of what you're looking at there. And we included in the packet at page 105, that's their version of the offsite stormwater drainage easement that they prefer. we focused on the indemnification, and that seems to be their big issue. But there's actually 2 other provisions in there that are problematic for me. And one of them addresses general costs. It's super broad and would potentially increase the county's liability as to general costs. And the other one is an attorney fees provision, which only benefits the owner, since the county shouldn't be paying their attorney fees, right? So if we were in a dispute, I would be handling this, there wouldn't be additional attorney fees. So it incentivizes the owner to sue us. And again, that's you know, a contract that you negotiate, and it expands our liability. And why are we doing that? Why would we agree to that? And we don't agree to that for other developers. And then unfortunately, my version didn't make it into the packet, the version that I'm asking you to approve, but you can see the red line where their additions show at page 111. And then I emailed you my version, and the developer has seen my version numerous times now. We've gone back and forth on this for a while.
I mean, it's certainly not a fan of, you know, delaying and postponing things, but this is a very, this is, you know, messy, and you're dropping this on the desk of the legislative body of 7. Our county engineer couldn't make the call. I mean, this is just, you know, dropping this on our desk and asking the council to navigate, basically negotiate this in a public meeting and navigate. I mean, I've seen some things, but this is a real doozy here.
You know, oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Curtis. You know, I just wanted to add, I don't think there's any disagreement about the effectiveness of this drainage design or the plan. I want to make sure that that's clear. You know, Dave has reviewed the proposed drainage design for its compliance with county standards and its effectiveness, and has signed off on it. And, you know, I tend to agree with Jeff Pillis's assessment of, you know, its, you know, various benefits just due strictly to the opportunity that has been presented by the Gress property owner. And
Bring me those yogurt raisins.
And so there's no debate about that. I think really it boils down to, you know, the value of the, you know, improvements that are being presented by the developer and framed as a discount to the county in comparison to the design and the storm drain master plan versus the limitless you know, liability that could be incurred, you know, if Christina's recommendation isn't included. I think that's really what it comes down to, is like, let's say it is a $2 million savings. Well, that's great. That's helpful to the county. No doubt about that. It's that's not just money that could appear out of thin air. But I think Christina's concern is that, you know, even if the county goes that way, and the indemnification clause is included, and the county gets hit with a bill that's $10 million, for instance, well, you know, the county's not ending up in a better place. I think that's ultimately what it boils down to. Is that right?
That's
Christina?
exactly right. It's exactly right. I like this project too. I do. But it is my role to tell you that agreeing to this indemnification provision is a very bad idea. It sets a precedent. It hasn't been done. And we're facilitating private development by taking on increased risk.
And I would also add, you know, that there is risk sharing, you know, that's common in affordable housing developments, you know, but I think the county's approach to that extent was to try to front load that offer from the county by, you know, providing the incentives in the HDHO ordinance and the significant bonus densities. So, you know, that's I think, Curtis, why it's now in front of you as the legislative body, because it's not really a black and white technical issue. It's a matter of judgment on where and who should assume risk.
The motion on the floor does not include Christie's recommendations. Is that correct?
No,
Ms.
it does.
Sloan's. What's that?
No, it does.
It does.
Yeah.
And does the applicant have any further comment on that?
Well, we're beyond that.
Okay, well, if we're beyond that, then let's put it to a vote.
Let's.
We do have other comments.
Any other council members? So the motion is similar to what's in the packet, with where it's been changed that we know that amount of housing will be the 80-20 as proposed, and the bike path and such through that area. So the only thing that's left unresolved is the liability for the drainage. Am I correct?
Correct. 1D on the conditions you're looking at right now on the screen is, the big issue at this point.
Okay, anything else from the county council?
Maybe, Mary.
Oh, yes, yes, Jaylyn.
I don't know if it's permissible, but I guess I would like, I don't know, it gets to almost litigating it in this meeting, as Curtis says, but I'd like to know why it is that the developer's attorneys think we're not liable versus our attorney says we are taking on additional liability. I don't know if he's allowed to respond since there's a motion on the table. I don't know.
I believe if a council member asks someone a question during the deliberation of the council, that the person has the right to answer it. So yes, from my understanding, you can ask the council, you can ask your question.
Okay, consider it
So
asked then.
This is David Hershey speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The question is a good one. I might point out a couple of other things just by way of clarification. Christina brought up the issue of attorney's fees. We really haven't talked about that much, but please note, we've asked for an attorney's fee provision in the easement. It is also contained in the development agreement, which the county wrote, and it's also contained in the subdivision improvement agreement, which the county wrote. So clearly, the attorney's fee provision is not something unreasonable, since it's been already agreed to in two other documents before you. Secondly, we've asked for a provision in the easement that makes the county responsible for its own employees. That sort of goes without saying, but it needs to be said because of the governmental immunity statute. And finally, with regard to the governmental immunity statute, latent defects are clearly are clearly covered by the immunity statute. It says a governmental entity and governmental immunity is not waived for a governmental entity for any injury that the injury arises in connection with or results from a latent, dangerous, or latent defective condition. In a later part of the statute, it talks about the county being responsible for defective, unsafe, or dangerous conditions, but it is subject to that earlier waiver. And we stand by our interpretation of the statute that the county really is going into this thing without responsibility for its own employees, their negligent acts, and it poses a danger to an unrelated third party who has graciously agreed to grant an easement over her property or her company's property for the benefit of not only this project, but the upstream water users in Rim Village Vista, and the county overall in dissipating the water that would otherwise be necessary to put into Pack Creek under the master drainage easement. That's my answer to your question.
Thank you.
And I mean, I guess,
Any other-
Jalen, just to weigh in a little, I mean, you know, we're arguing some nuances about immunity, but even if we didn't have immunity, or even if we do have immunity, it doesn't change my position here. We don't want to get in the business of indemnifying private developments in this way. It's a really big deal, actually. It is, you know, expanding risk exponentially. There's a reason why there's immunity in the statute. And here, one thing we haven't talked about, and one reason why this took so long to get to this point, was there was a big a drainage overlay that had been privately negotiated and recorded against this huge area. It not just includes this property, it includes Rim Village, and it includes properties to the south. The county approved it back in the day, and it was recorded. The owners here, the developers here, bought the property without realizing that this big drainage plan was already in effect, and it created easements across their property for the Rim Village development. So they're not only obligated to take these historical flows, but there's this extra piece of what's called the CMNRS overlay, and you guys have all that. We supported the developers in removing that, terminating it, assuming that we were resolving this issue by discharging all this water onto the property across the street. You know, and now we're coming back, they're coming back asking for more, which is this indemnification. And it's really not in the county's best interest to do it in this instance, given all these facts. I don't know what more I can say. You guys can decide to do something not in the county's best interest, but I'm going to keep telling you it's a bad idea.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm thinking with this being as intense as it is, that we need to do a roll call vote. So I will begin with Evan,
Yes.
Jalen,
Yes.
Greg,
No.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Curtis,
No.
okay, I've asked Evan, Jalen, Gabriel, Greg, Curtis, myself. I vote no. Motion fails. So, I don't know where this leaves us. I just think
Someone can make
I don't.
someone can make another motion to approve under different conditions. Is that the intention of someone who voted no?
Okay, let me get back to my pack. Oh, I can't make a motion. Curtis, could you make a motion? I can't make a motion. I would make a motion that, I don't know. I just find this so difficult. It's.
I would move on to the consent agenda.
Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda ratifying the chair's signature on a letter of support for the Southeastern Utah Department of Health Bacteriological Monitoring Program grant application, approving chair's signature on thank you letter and request for land use for the 4th of July 2021 fireworks show, approving application for retail beer license for Outer Bike located at Moab Brands Trailhead for October 2nd to the 4th, 2020.
I would move.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now moving to calendar item. Mallory?
Okay, so this should be fairly quick. One thing is there was an elected officials lunch that was scheduled for Tuesday, July 14th. That is being postponed and the date has yet to be rescheduled. And the other thing to share is the airport has a ribbon cutting ceremony that you all are invited to on July 16th at 8:45 a.m. It sounds like their taxiway alpha and commercial apron project wrapped up early, so they will be celebrating that. I think that that's all, unless Chris has anything to add or I'm forgetting anything.
I think we need to make a decision on whether or not we want to have that workshop with the travel council on the 21st or 27th.
Yes, thank
Do
you.
we want to make that decision now? I would like the 21st.
I would second that. I believe the administrator had some other business that he wanted to workshop. Hopefully we could carve out enough time for both of those.
Okay, so what was the travel council workshop about?
The area around, you know, that they're creating a plan for near Highway 313, isn't it?
Oh, you
331.
Not the travel council.
No. Yeah.
No, not the travel council. Did I say travel council? I meant planning commission. Excuse me. I apologize. Getting planning commission.
Now I'm on the same page.
Okay, apologize.
And Chris,
I would like to.
Then I wanted to have also a workshop just on reorganization, structural.
Oh, right. You think we can do both of those at the same time or before the meeting, same day?
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends on if you guys have enough time to do both. I don't know how much time the planning commission needs, but I guess
Let's. I would say let's go for it and maybe start with your topic, and then with the time left, we can give the planning commission some guidance or get on the same page with them.
all right. Well, how much time do you like?
Well, I think we should ask, before we decide on the time, we should find out how much time is anybody from the planning commission still on the line?
I don't see any.
I don't see anyone. But anyway, I do think that we would want to find out how much time they take, because this is really important. We want to give them, and then we can decide on the time we want to start the meeting. Maybe we could have a workshop that lasts maybe how much time Chris thinks it needs to last, take a small break, and then the planning commission, or if we can get it both done in 2 hours, we could do that. But I think it's important to know how much time they think they need. How much time do you think you need, Chris?
Well, I guess I could probably, I mean, it's a broad subject, so it depends on how much we want to tackle, but I mean, I could curtail it, whatever, an hour, hour and a half. So let's just, we can figure it out via email, the exact time, but if we just, plan a workshop, either starting at 1 or 2, I would say.
I'm fine starting at 1 before our next meeting.
Yes, I think we're going to need that time, and then it's always good to have a break before our meeting. So
Yeah.
anyway,
If we're going to have 2 topics, then probably 1 is a good
Yeah.
time for.
okay, 1 o'clock on the 21st.
Okay.
Okay, so we do not have any public hearings. We do not have any closed session. We have reached the end of our agenda. I will adjourn this meeting if no one has any objections. I will hurry down to the courthouse and meet you, Chris, be there to sign those papers. So, meeting adjourned.
Night.
You.